We are live on YouTube.
Folks, we are live on YouTube. Welcome, bienvenue, Anine. I'd like to acknowledge with respect that we are in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory and that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and known as Bawating. Bawating is home to Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and the historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council. Before we get into the formal council agenda, I believe Councillor Vezo-Allen has an event she wants to draw awareness to.
Thank you so much. I would just like to let everyone be aware that Women in Crisis Algoma is putting on an evening of remembrance for those who have lost their lives due to intimate partner violence and or gender-based violence. It's going to be Monday, November the 27th at the Water Tower Inn. Doors open at 5:30 and the event starts at 6 p.m. There is no registration or RSVP required. It's open to the public. And if you'd like any more information, I recommend that you contact Women in Crisis themselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Madam Clerk.
Under agenda item 2, I have a motion by Councillors Dufour and Gardy. Resolved that the minutes of regular council meeting of October 30, 2023 be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
I have not received any declarations of pecuniary interest. And under agenda item 5, a motion by Councillors Dufour and Scott resolved that the agenda for November 2023 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
Under agenda item 6.1, UC Services Inc., Rob Brewer, President and CAO, is in attendance. And then we'll have a meeting of the shareholder.
Welcome to council, Mr. Brewer.
Mayor. For the opportunity to present this afternoon on a very important project for our community. This project is good for both the environment, it's good for development in the community, and it's good for a more resilient grid in our area. So in partnership with Lotus Infrastructure, which is formerly known as Starwood Energy Group, PUC is proposing to put a battery storage project in response to the recent LT1 RFP by the IESO. The project includes 5 battery storage facilities at locations throughout Sault Ste. Marie, and we'll review those locations later. This project will support Ontario's energy infrastructure and help to address Sault Ste. Marie's need for additional energy sources. Battery energy storage systems are a safe and reliable option for energy storage. They enable energy to be stored and released when power is needed most. Battery storage systems are often charged during off-peak hours when the demand for electricity is lower and electricity prices are cheap. During peak demand periods, stored energy in the batteries is released to the grid and helps support our local distribution system. The systems use technologies such as lithium-ion batteries because of their efficiency and their ability to store renewable energy such as solar and wind. So a few project highlights. As previously mentioned, the project will add storage capacity to the local distribution grid and thereby providing added capacity at times. It's going to add roughly about 50 megawatts. This is a low carbon alternative to reduce reliance on carbon intensive generation, and thereby directly aligns with the city's greenhouse gas reduction plan. As you'll see in a minute, we've tried to focus on current properties that are owned by both the city and PUC for the locations and systems. Regarding any safety concerns, those can be mitigated through the proper design, installation, maintenance, and adherence to safety standards. And all of those, of course, PUC and our partners intend to put in place. And specifically, one of the risks that has come up as a topic is the risk of fire. And these systems are equipped with modern, sophisticated management systems to both monitor and control the temperature and the operating conditions, and with significant fire control mechanisms. As with any project of this nature, PUC has been engaging extensively with community members and will continue to do so. You'll see here that we held a community engagement meeting on November the 13th. We invited community members and businesses that were directly adjacent to proposed locations, and we were able to address any of the concerns at that open house for those residents. So we also have a website, where community members can get information on the project and ask any questions that they may have. And further, we've also been actively engaging local First Nation partners. Currently, we have a support letter from Missinaibi Cree First Nation, and we're continuing to engage with other local First Nations. This slide, 6.1, provides an overview of the 5 proposed locations within the city. I'll highlight them here so you can see them, but we'll get into detail in a second. I do want to point out that all of them were carefully selected so that there was as minimal an impact on residents as possible. And we'll walk through them here now. First location is 140 McDonald Avenue. This is currently a site where we have a electric substation already, substation number 4, which is in the process of being decommissioned. So it's already an industrial site. It's ideal for replacing with this, the battery storage. Some of the equipment at the substation will remain, but the majority of it will be taken out and replaced with the battery storage, and it'll help to support reliability within the system. Second location is at 79 Industrial Park Crescent. This is part of our service center property. It's the back corner. And it again is it's on industrial court. It's part of an industrial suited land. Next location is 55 Allen Side Road. It's right near the existing wastewater plant. So again, it's ideal suited away from residential locations. And that property would not otherwise be developed because of the proximity to the water and wastewater plant. The location at 2221 Queen Street in the East End is located right beside the East End water treatment plant. And once again, that land would be otherwise unused. And the final location is located at Peoples Road and Everett Street, just with the second line. And the precise location on that property yet to be determined, but we'd be working around where the current snow dump is there. So really that's the summary, and happy to take any questions you may have. And thanks for the opportunity to speak on the project today.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Before we get into council questions, I think one for both yourself and for CAO White. We've heard a lot on the energy file in the last year, specifically with the need for supporting the transition of aluminum steel to electric arc furnaces and the lack of capacity we currently have in our transmission, in our generation grid. So can you advise how these projects, if they would help that shortfall?
Right, so they would. So these combined would be roughly about 50 megawatts of capacity, which would add 50 megawatts will power at the peak at the most. And so it would allow us to support some additional growth within our load customers, which we're hoping to see with some co-locating related to the electric arc furnace. And given the fact that we're not going to see transmission upgrades for a number of years, this would help some of the challenges we see.
And the second is with respect to the process that we're following. We've had this discussion a number of times at council. The endorsement that the IESO is looking for here, what does that exactly entail? Perhaps this is to you, CAO White. What does the city's approval of this mean for our ability to do site plan control or permit the construction of these things and have some development control later in the process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to yourself and members of council, this is really a preliminary approval, which is part of the IESO's RFP process. The approval tonight essentially gives PUC's applications a few more points towards the IESO accepting them. Once those are accepted by the IESO, then the process becomes a lot more detailed. It can then zero in on exactly where they're going to be located, work through any site issues. If there are further approvals needed from the city, such as site plan control or land use related approvals, those would come back to the city at that time.
Thank you, Mr. White. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Thank you. You took my questions.
I was reading your notes.
I know. Last time I emailed you. For you, your worship, to Mr. Brewer, thank you again for coming to council. We always learn something new, so thank you. I always support the battery storage, and I do enjoy that PUC is proactive and that you do care about the energy needs of our community. Just building on top of our mayor's questions. So just for the viewers at home, this project is different from a year ago when the group came to us on November 22nd, 2022, where I believe at that time, the group was asking for a solar farm and battery storage, correct? This is not the same project.
Oh, this is a totally different project, correct? We're still hoping to get a solar and battery storage facility into the West End, but hopefully we'll come here. We're still working. So visibility of that. But for now, this where through the RFP process, this has been deemed as deliverable. And so what that means is the ISO has indicated that the smaller facilities are doable, whereas the large facility they were saying had. And so that's why this is coming forward to you today. We do still hope to get some generation into the West End because we still have those energy constraints. This goes partway there to get the rest.
Okay, great. And just looking at Queen Street for Ward 1, I'm glad to hear our city clerk was saying that this is proposed. So I just want to make it clear that there's reviews that are still going on. I believe our staff is still looking and consulting to see if these areas are most appropriate. My concern is, of course, our treatment plant. Property down there is precious. We hope that someday our city will be expanding, grow in population, and hence most likely our treatment plant may need more property. So having said that, I just want to confirm that All these sites are still under review. Is that correct?
Yes, what we've done is put together some proposed areas based on where connecting to our grid is feasible. And so a general area on that circuit is what we would be looking at. We proposed some sites. There is an option if we could go to other sites that are more suitable through the consultation process, we can look at those. But this is really just, we do need to get some energy into that area, and it's supporting, or it's for city endorsement of that type of project, not the specific site. That's later.
Okay. And from you and I just through email earlier, it's my understanding you'll come back with a better finance model to look at the pricing model, and you'll educate us and update us on that particular piece.
So PUC, of course, is owned by the city, and whenever we make investment decisions, we come before council to get those approved. So as part of that process, we would approve specifics.
Right. And I also understand this is time sensitive. I think there's a deadline that you're trying to work towards. Is that correct?
Yeah, the about a month, December the 12th is the scheduled submission.
Okay. And final question. Starwood, I believe they're a good community partner. Are they? And you've worked with them before?
We're working with them on a number of different things, or we have in the past rather. And in this particular case, this is a really nice project for the city. So PUC will be a part of this project. We will be doing a lot of the work locally. And so that way we can keep the benefits here. It's really the big part of the intent here.
And would they bring any staff members here, or would it be all through PUC? Of course. And last question, I hope that as a community partner, maybe we can approach them for a donation to one of our city projects, hypothetically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Brewer, you, in your diagrams here, excuse me, you have 6 battery storage units site. Is that the size?
They're about a megawatt. If you think about it, CCAN container, there's sort of 5 or 6.
So 6 per site, according to your diagrams here. Will you be able to expand, or because of lot size, you might not?
Expand to make them larger, you mean?
Well, to add more.
Yeah, you could add more. The constraint is really their ability to get enough capacity circuits that are in those areas. And so they'd be connecting into our 34.5 circuit. There's a limitation to how much take in terms of capacity.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you know what, I think to CAO White, I know PUC is in talks with First Nations. Should any issue come back from the First Nation, how would that affect our, say, giving approval to this? Like, are we able to modify that if there's issue from the First Nations, or should we be concerned about that at this point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, at this point, I don't think you need to be concerned. PUC is working with Garden River First Nation and Batchewana First Nation. If there are issues that arise later on, they will come up really on a case-by-case basis, and we can assist both groups in dealing with those types of issues. And if something comes up that is a serious barrier to an approval, council will be advised, and we would look at dealing with it during the later approvals process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you to PUC for taking that seriously. I know that was a hurdle and a barrier for us last time we saw Starwood. So thanks for bringing that forward to us.
Any other questions, Council? Okay, seeing none, I believe that
We have a resolution of the shareholder first. A motion by councillors Dufour and Gardy resolved that City Council is now authorized to meet in open session as the sole shareholder of PUC Services, Inc. Further be it resolved that City Council appoints Mayor Matthew Shoemaker as council's proxy to vote on the resolution of the shareholder of PUC Services, Inc. And that vote is open.
All in favor? Carries.
In the shareholders' motion, whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie Corporate Strategic Plan and Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan recognize the importance of sustainable energy practices and environmental stewardship, and whereas the need for reliable energy storage solutions is growing to support the integration of renewable energy sources, enhance grid stability, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas the installation of 5 10-megawatt battery energy storage systems located at 500 Second Line East, 140 McDonald Avenue, 55 Allen Side Road, and 2221 Queen Street East, and Zero Peoples Road can significantly contribute to the achievement of our sustainability goals and the resilience of our local energy infrastructure. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Sault Ste. Marie expresses its full support of PUC Services, Inc. and Starwood Energy Group Global, Inc.'s installation of 5 10-megawatt battery energy storage systems at 500 Second Line East, 140 McDonald Avenue, 55 Allen Side Road, 2221 Queen Street East, and Zero Peoples Road, recognizing the potential benefits for our community. Supports PUC Services, Inc. and Starwood Energy Group, Inc.'s commitment to facilitating a transparent and inclusive community engagement process to address any concerns, answer questions, and ensure that the residents of Sault Ste. Marie are informed about the development and benefits of the battery storage projects. Recognizes the potential economic and environmental benefits, including job creation, energy cost reduction, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions that the installation of these battery storage sites may bring to our community, and affirms its commitment to advancing the City of Sault Ste. Marie as a leader in sustainable energy practices and encourages further initiatives in renewable energy and energy storage solutions.
Right, Council, I'm voting on behalf of you, but I'll take my direction from you here. So do we have endorsement of that resolution? Okay, so I will vote in the affirmative on that. And that carries.
That will take us to planning.
Council, we amended the procedural bylaw 6 months ago and we were supposed to deal with planning first, but I forgot. So we are now dealing with planning second. Apologies for making the folks who are here for the planning matters wait.
So application A1123Z, 1281 Great Northern Road. The motion is by councillors Dufour and Gardy. Resolved that the report of the junior planner dated November 2023 concerning zoning bylaw amendment application A1123Z be received and that council approve the application to rezone the subject property from highway zone with special exception 160 to highway zone with an amended special exception 160 to permit up to 5 residential dwelling units on the second floor only of the existing building only, in addition to those uses currently permitted, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Tenazzo, if you can give us a very brief summary of this application.
Thank you, Mayor Shoemaker. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of Great Northern Road and 4th Line. It's home to Onofrio's granite and stone decor. The applicant wishes to convert unused second floor space within the existing building to permit 5 dwelling units. The recommendation is to approve, and Mr. John Onofrio is in attendance this evening to speak to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Are there any members here to speak, make comment in favor or supportive of the application? Mr. Onofrio, did you wish to add anything to Mr. Tenazzo? No. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to make comment either against or just question about the process here? No? Okay. Council, any questions on the rezoning application? Councillor Vezoyan?
My only question is if the dwelling units are going to be permanent long-term rentals and not secondary units that are going to be used for Airbnb or that sort of thing. That's my only question.
Mr. Onofrio? Welcome to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will strictly be long-term residential rental units. There's no intent now or at a later date to participate in Airbnb.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, Councillor Venezuelan. Any other councillors? Seeing none, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Mr. Onofre.
Thank you.
And application 81023Z, 551 Cora Road and 0 Prentice Avenue, removing of holding provision. The motion by councillors Venezuelan and Gardy resolved that the report of the junior planner dated November 2023 concerning application 81023Z be received and that council approve the removal of the holding provision from the subject properties and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same. Further, that draft plan of subdivision approval 57T 15501 be removed. Correspondence was received with respect to this item, which there was correspondence on the regular agenda as well as on the addendum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Tenazzo, if you could provide a brief summary of this.
Thank you, Mayor Shoemaker. The subject properties are located, they're on the west side of Cora Road. They're about 170 meters north of its intersection with Second Line. Essentially, they're right behind the grocery store and the pharmacy near the corner of Cora Road and Second Line. As the clerk mentioned, the applicant seeking council's approval to remove a holding provision to facilitate the construction of 30 single-story townhouse units. The holding provision it was originally put in place based upon a different development that was quite a bit bigger and included 3-story apartment buildings around the periphery of the site. And at that time, the abutting neighbors were really concerned with privacy and overlook into their rear yards. That's no longer an issue as the dwelling units are going to be single story. So the recommendation is to approve the removal of the holding provision. Also, as an administrative matter, really administrative housekeeping, we are recommending that council repeal the previous draft plan approvals as they are no longer relevant or applicable to this particular property and the development plans going forward. And as the clerk mentioned, since the drafting of the report, there was a letter of objection that's been received, which speaks primarily to the access and whether is the access wide enough and can one access into this property support the proposed development. Fire services, building division and engineering were circulated the original application as well as the letter of objection. And they do not have any safety concerns, and the access is wide enough to support a driveway and does meet our driveway access bylaw. Mark Lepore is present this evening to speak to this application. Should council have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Welcome to council, Mr. Lepore. Anything you wish to add to Mr. Tenazzo's description?
Thank you this evening for having me speak. I have nothing to add. I do, as a matter of clarity, the property isn't owned by Mr. Ficacello personally. It's owned through a numbered company. It's inconsequential. I just wanted to bring it to council's attention. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore. Is there anyone in the gallery wishing to speak in favor of this application? Okay, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Yes, Ms. Garrison.
Against the development of the townhouses or the size there, but the way the layout is set up, if you have a fire or anything near the first or townhouses, you've got everybody in the back penned in. They can't get out. And if the wind carries that, they continue going down that road. All those people are in the back in a pen. There's no way for them to get out. They have no access because one way in, one way out of this section. There should be another exit entrance in order to accommodate the people that get back should something happen, an accident, fire, anything. There's no for that's people in half of the subdivision to get out if there's blockage at the beginning. That's my problem. I have no problem with the division itself and what they're putting back there. I have a problem with the safety of the people in the back. It's almost like you've got one way in and you're corralling them all in a pen. So if something happens at the beginning, they're stuck back there.
Thank you. Mr. Tenazzo, you had mentioned that there was a review done, including from fire services, perhaps to Chief Johnson. Is there any concern with a fire at the beginning of the subdivision, risking the safety of those at the back of the subdivision?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yourself, we don't have any of the concerns. there's a number of other developments in the city that are very similar, and I mean, it could happen there as well, but we don't have safety concerns. We would tell them to shelter in place, or we would utilize our resources to go and speak to the neighbors and let them know.
Get the people.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not here to ask questions of staff. Are there any other concerns that you've got? Okay, thank you. We've asked that question and received the answer we've received. Anyone else to speak in opposition to the application? Mr. Tenazzo, there was a concern raised in one of the, or perhaps Mr. Laporte. There was a concern raised about the placement of the waste receptacles. Is there any willingness there to review that location, accommodate whatever can be worked out amicably?
Mr. Mayor, as a matter of fact, the waste receptacles have already been moved in a subsequent rendering. We're open to having discussions with the city in terms of where those receptacles need to be placed, and I'm not anticipating there be an issue with that.
And if anyone has any concerns, they can reach out either to you or Mr. Ficcicello directly.
Certainly, and Mr. Mayor, just to note, this application again is a removal of a holding provision, but absolutely, if there are any concerns, Mr. Ficcicello or myself can be reached.
Thank you. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions for the proponent. Mr. Laporte, has your client owned this property since 2015, or when it was rezoned in 2015, was it done by a different owner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, my clients recently acquired the property, I think last year. Back in 2015, in the original applications, my client was not involved in that.
When your client acquired the property, was there any consideration given to building the development to the densities that were originally approved in 2015?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, my client did not intend to develop the property as to those significant densities. It just was not a feasible project.
Okay. Do you know anything about the history of the 2015 application?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, I know nothing about that application. As I mentioned, my client was not involved in that. We are before you to remove a holding provision. The parcelization of the property has changed, and we're before you with removing of a holding provision with respect to this new development.
Understood. Thank you. If I may share a couple thoughts, Mr. Mayor, please. For my part, I see no reason why we wouldn't allow Mr. Ficcicello and this client to build these properties. But I do want to draw council and the community's attention to the history of this application. In the debate about housing and how we got into this housing crisis, there have been a lot of conversations about the different roles of federal, provincial, and municipal government in getting housing built at densities that are going to create affordability and are going to meet the needs of the market. And in this application here, I see a history of an area where municipal governments once played a role in blocking what clearly would have been a more attractive development for our city, one with higher densities that would provide more units and hence more affordability in an area of town that is, in my opinion, quite well suited to medium density residential. And it's unfortunate that the council at the time placed a holding provision preventing some of those densities from being built. And now we're here 8 years later approving a lower amount of units when we could have had more. So I want to highlight that just to call attention to the importance of the work that we're doing currently, Mr. Mayor, with our Housing Affordability Task Force and with a lot of the other planning applications that we're seeing before our council. We need to make sure that we're making it as easy as possible for developments to build at the highest densities they can at the time when the developers are asking us to do so. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. I think that's a valid concern that there was a holding provision put on there, given the feedback of the neighborhood. However, I would say that if this developer wanted to remove the holding provision on the original proposed plan of subdivision or development plan, I suspect council would endorse that as well. For whatever reasons the developer has his own reasons. That isn't the request before us, but understanding that we would like to see as a council, as a general rule, as much development in the available properties in town that there are. So appreciate that feedback. Councilor Duvar.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, suffice it to say, if the developer did want to come back with some options for other parts of the property that were higher densities, I think that he would find a very agreeable group to that proposal at this council.
Thank you, Councilor Duvar. Councilor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Lepore. In one of the letters that we received, they're talking about the green space. Will there be green space provided on the property once development is completed?
Councillor Bruni, there will be a degree of green space. We can't speak to that precisely right now because we're in early development stages, but the property will in and of itself have some green space. I can't tell you the extent of which.
And last question is, when do you think this development would start? Approximate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, we're hoping within either immediately or within the next few months or term. Of course, that's much subject to change.
Thank you. Just a comment, Mr. Mayor, I did hear Councillor Dufour's comments. When this came to council, the residents did gather. They did have several meetings. And then one of their main concerns was they didn't want to see a 5-6 story building in their backyards. That was their main concern. They weren't against it. I think this development is ground level and probably to say, the developer that has this now, he has built many, we'll say, townhouses in the West End, and we thank him for that, and he continues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bruni. Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Johnson, Fire Chief. I think you may have ready to say a few more points about the fire safety. Was there something else that you want to add? I just want to give you this opportunity.
Councilor, no, I don't have anything further to say.
Okay, I just thought you were cut off. And are you willing to be open to receiving emails from the neighbors to answer the questions around fire safety?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Anyone else questions on this matter? Seeing none, we can have a vote on it. All in favor? Carries unanimous. Mr. Lepore. That brings us to back out of planning to 6.2.
6.2 is the Veterans Commemorative Monument, and Clyde Healy is in it.
Welcome to Council, Colonel.
Mayor, Council. The opportunity to address today and to tell you our story. My name is Clyde Healy, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me to your agenda in regards to the Veterans Commemorative Monument site. Community project is a recognition monument, has the capacity to identify the approximately 10,000 local citizens who have served defense of Canada, the ideals of our nation over the past 2 centuries. The objective is to create a monument to recognize those citizens who serve their country through the armed services of Canada and the allied nations. Its purpose is to provide a formal and lasting tribute to citizens marked in local area continue to serve to those that will serve in the future. Feel it is appropriate to create a tribute to their dedication, sacrifice, service. There are currently 6 landmarks across our city recognize those that have served and fallen. All the conflicts and wars of our nation have been committed to. These markers of tribute located across our community, the Cenotaph, EFL Memorial Gardens, Hall of Remembrance, Memorial Tower, North Street Monument, Sioux Canal Cairn, Stone Cairn, have, however, not contribute those who have served. Is in the eye is in the soul of a nation. In its history, it's from this that we are able to determine what this nation has stood for, how it responded to the challenges, stood up to adversity, what value structure, in other words, its ethos. If you are a student of history, you will not know of the values and challenges of any of her citizens or the country's response in time of need. Particularly, be aware of the sacrifice of the citizen souls, protection of our nation. The evolution of Canada and becoming a nation and being a nation, and occurred in this area. Canada is not, has not been, by its very nature, not a nation. Yet we are a nation of individuals and continue to answer call to protect our rights and those of others. Oppression, subversion. The formation come out of Sault Ste. Marie to its present day, where citizens have volunteered in significant numbers to defend their rights and to protect those of others. Since before the formation of Canada, local citizens volunteered to face the foe on behalf of, starting with 1812, leading up to the war in Afghanistan, to the current missions in Latin support of the Ukraine. Possessed that 10,000 men have volunteered from this area those years that joined the forces of Canada. Of those 660, those that not immortalized 6 locations. Citizens of Sault Ste. Marie and local area have answered the call to duty with honor and distinction. As a nation, 10% of our population volunteered to serve during. Other nations have contributed. It is also looking as that contributed to 10% of the world's peacekeeping mission. We only contain. Canadian ideal has been defended by men and women, probably in North, by many of the largest cities in fathers, mothers, brothers and sisters, along with other family members, wrote this story. Dedication. The actual site for this tribute is just as important as itself. It would be situated in a setting where the citizens' space, no contribution, as well as tranquility. Areas should be such that the service and ceremonies may be conducted to attract the largest gatherings of more citizens. The site should fall within an area of the city that is already recognized for its historical landmarks, historical event. It should be where the citizens and visitors see it significant. On Wallswell Park. Overlooks the area from which the local settlers, indigenous peoples, and British regulars launched their attack on Fort Michilimackinac. Well, the Fenians of 1866 tried to Chicora, most ambition to the American. It is Canadian and American soldiers, part of the longest industrial Second World by the sea lanes sources. We believe that the memorial is in design has been well thought out. To set the sun using service to draw the reader to the story. It's free of time. from statute of the brave soldiers. Law. Soldier. Keeper. Will be. We have local nature instruction by local craftsmen and product. Also, addition to our unique, believe no other such a gesture of thanks. We lack last memorial since this can be. Thank you for joining with you this evening. I'd like to know the thanks to TAOs, Rotary. For their support. Mayor.
Thank you, Colonel Haley. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to the Colonel. First of all, this particular project, I believe, how can I say, I know you put a lot of work into it and the whole group behind you have, so thank you for doing this. You mentioned the Indigenous. Can you just elaborate on how you are involving our friends around our community from Garden River, Batchewana, to ensure that we do recognize their contribution to our land and our freedom?
The beginning, when we started this project, had Indigenous representation on the committee, sure that we get to the design, to the layout of it. I've got letters of support from all the Indigenous communities around us. Shouldn't say all, we didn't get one yet. Wawa, have from Tune Sioux, from the.
Great. And it's my understanding that the particular statue you're suggesting has been shared with our Indigenous friends.
The Indigenous statue is going to be that of Chief Shinwa, who was a believer in education and in support of system of government of the day. We want to recognize him today.
Okay, and one last question, talking about the waterway, that particular waterway was selected because it was seen as the highway in our history, not just with regards to the War 1812.
No, it was a major transportation route across Canada, civilian, military traffic, industrial traffic, just went through that.
Great, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Colonel, couple questions. We've had the request for memorial walls and other like structures on the waterfront before, and you touched upon it in response to Councillor Hollingsworth's question as well as in your remarks. But the necessity of this being on the waterfront in this location is for what reason?
First, it is the historical connection. Second, along the boardwalk is a nice setting for people to be able to sit because there will be benches in this area, reflect on their memories, whether it be individual memory or their family. And to us, it's more the historical connection as to why it would be best suited there.
Okay, thank you, Colonel. And to the CAO, there had previously been concerns on the part of Rotary with this monument encroaching into the space that is used for Rotary Fest. Have those concerns been alleviated?
To you, Mr. Mayor, and to council, we did facilitate a meeting between Rotary representatives and the committee, as well as city staff that were there, and we are comfortable, and Rotary is comfortable. Rotary is supportive of the overall monument project. What we wanted to look at was ensuring that the Rotary Fest activities can coexist with the monument being placed there. And we do understand that we can. The committee has noted that they're going to, from the renderings that were on the agenda, they will adjust the location somewhat closer to the corner to lessen the impact of the footprint on both rotary activities and also the city skating trail we have in that area.
Thank you. And finally, Colonel, just clarity to the community. You are not at this time or today's approval is not seeking funding from the municipality?
No.
Okay. And so what is the expectation with how this will be paid for?
Paid through donations and through a fundraising program in the community.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? Councillor Vazuel, sorry.
Thank you. Just some wanting to know and from the renderings, it's difficult to understand. Will people's names actually be engraved on the monument, or is it just the visual that we're seeing in our package?
No, the names will not be on the monument itself. Individuals will be purchasing a marker, which is a 4x12-inch marble piece with their name and their military unit on it, and they will form along the side of the walkway.
So they'll be on the walkway.
Not on the walkway, at the side of the walkway, raised so that they can't be walked on.
Okay. Has that been part of the discussion with the planning and with Public Works, especially in terms of ice wedging and snow removal and that sort of thing? I'd hate to see this much work go into something and it not be something that we can maintain properly.
There hasn't been an open discussion about that at this point.
Okay, because I think Mr. Girardi could probably facilitate a conversation because of our climate, sometimes when you put like bricks like that on, they can wedge up and upheave and create some difficulties.
That's why the bricks are not a part of the walkway. The bricks don't get damaged and so don't present a hazard to the.
They're on the wall then? They're not on the walkway?
The side of the walkway, raised along the edge.
So I'm just trying to visual, so they're not on the walkway, but they're not on the wall. They're in the middle.
If you look at your rendering, there's a sort of a tan line down the side of the walkways.
So it's front facing.
Yes.
Okay, okay, because that's not clear in the rendering what that is.
It's along the edge of the walkways leading into the monument site.
A corridor is probably not the right term, but something of a corridor, if I'm understanding correct.
And I think my only other comment would be, many nations from our community, different ethnic groups, men and women were all part of the war. And I think having thorough representation, I had an aunt that was, an army nurse and my two uncles served. And I think it would be really important to make sure that we make sure that everyone is featured in the wall. That's my personal comment.
And we do intend to do that. That's why we say Canadian Armed Forces and allied nations. So if a citizen of Sault Ste. Marie has a relative that they want to represent in that, they can, regardless of which military, other than obviously the foe of the time.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Girardi? Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, and it's probably a pretty obvious answer, but through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Healy. So if this is expanded out, as it seems it will be, to any individuals who served in allied armed forces.
Yes.
In terms of substantiating their actual participation, there's going to be some sort of committee that will oversee and make sure that the people that are being recognized on the wall by their family did indeed serve.
That becomes very difficult to do because not everybody has access to the military records, nor do we have access to the military records. It becomes a costly event for people. What we are working on is the honor system. So that somebody comes to us and says, my father was in such and such an army during such and such a period.
we accept it through the honor system as being true.
Okay, personally, I have a bit of an issue with that, but I'm not anyone to question, I guess. I get the idea. I think if we're going to properly be respecting and remembering those who have served, they should indeed have served. So it's just a note of caution that I'll point out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Gardy. I think that the spirit of that feedback will be taken by the organizing committee here and considered. Any other councils or questions? Councilor Caputo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to I guess Larry Gerardi. Larry, do you see any issues keeping this clear in the winter time?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Caputo. Certainly it's an addition of work to our list, but no, we'll come up with a way that we can manage it and keep it clear. And once we have all the details of the different figures and stonework, we'll have to set up our maintenance program so that it doesn't cause any damage. Again, right now, you're just looking at renderings. We're not looking at final details of the drawings, but I'm sure they're familiar with the winter conditions that we have, and we'll make, let's just say we'll make as much of it acceptable and accessible rather as we can.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. I had no doubt, Larry, that you were gonna be able to get rid of the snow around there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Caputo. Seeing no other questions, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries unanimous. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you very much.
I believe that will take us to consent.
Items on the consent agenda, Councilor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. 7-8 cemetery operations. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I guess, Mr. Lamming it is. Mr. Lamming, I just taken note of some of the additional miscellaneous charges, specifically those that Saturday funeral surcharge and casket and cremains charge that seems to have increased by threefold. Could you just elaborate on this for me, please?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Gardy, staff has performed a thorough analysis comparing the costs for these charges on Saturday with Timmins, Sudbury, North Bay, and Thunder Bay. And so what we did was we took the average amongst all those municipalities and we introduced the charge to be reflective of those charges of the other municipalities.
Through you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Lamming, when was there the last adjustment in these two specific charts? Or three, I guess they are. You have any sense of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Gardy. This has been the first time we've done a major reset in fees in a number of years. Typically, we increase the fees by inflation. So the categories that are indicated on the chart, they're the ones that we were a bit behind. Right now, the city of Sault Ste. Marie has coverage of costs of 87%. Over the last couple of years, it's dipped down to 76% and then 73% projected for this year. With these increases, will bring us back up to 83% and more in line with what our historical average has been.
Okay. Thanks.
Anyone else on that agenda item? Councilor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Brent. Just educate me. I know down in the United States and different states, there's endowment funds that preserves, the future. I don't think that's a practice here in Canada or at least in Ontario, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hollingsworth, I'll probably defer to the CFO, but with respect to us, all of our funding is done through the cemetery reserve. Unless the CFO would like to add something.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hollingsworth. No, there is no endowment fund set up for the cemetery. Everything is in a cemetery reserve fund, which purpose is for capital going forward. But we need a stronger plan for that as well to address it forward.
Absolutely. I agree. Thank you. That's all.
That's all, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Laming. Mr. Laming, in the report, it said the independent operator for cremation has affected our cemetery for business-wise, I guess. Why would that be? Is our cost a lot more expensive?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, our cost is essentially the same. The additional provider of services is $640, including tax, and ours is $646. So it's very nominal difference. They came into play in 2014. So we saw our cremations drop very substantially. But over the last few years, we've seen cremations grow in popularity. So our numbers are climbing. We actually make a small surplus on our cremations, which help offset the cemetery operations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Any other councillors with questions on this? Mr. Laming, I've got a few. I had emailed you over the weekend about the costs, our proposed costs as they compare to our northern comparators. And so the response that you provided me, and I'll have you comment on it or give some insight on in it, is that we are moving more in line with our northern comparators.
Through Mr. Mayor, to you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. We were behind on a number of our fees and the ones that I've highlighted in the report. This is playing a bit of catch up to those fees to get us back in line.
And the numbers you had shared with me show that we are still, I would say, closer to North Bay's costs than we are to Sudbury's costs, despite us being kind of in the middle of them population-wise.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We do a good job in Sault Ste. Marie with the user fees, saying 80+ % coverage of costs is quite good in comparison to the municipality, and we just wanted to try and maintain that level instead of going backwards.
Yeah, I would think, in my view, anyways, that that our costs should be somewhere above North Bay's and below Sudbury's if we are looking at our size compared to the size of those communities. So has there been any consideration given, or could there be any consideration given to adjusting our fees to be in between those communities?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes. What we plan on doing is having the fees as proposed tonight go into play and then revisited throughout the year and to see if there needs to be some tweaking next year to see what actually comes as a result of the change in fees.
Thank you. And I think that as it is being proposed, we are still below the average of our 5 northern comparative municipalities.
That is correct.
Okay. So certainly from my perspective, I'd like to see us be at the average at a minimum with respect to the fees so that we could reduce the reliance on the general tax base for this cemetery operations. Would there be any cautions, Mr. CAO, to recommending that we go to the average this year?
To you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, while we have looked at this was really our first real deep dive into the cemetery operations and looking at the funding, not just with the pricing and user fees that were being proposed. We were looking at the contribution from care and maintenance funds and as well looking at just overall the level of subsidization. So while we have this initial information and are proposing a substantial adjustment this year, as Mr. Laming indicated, we do want to get a bit more experience with it during the year, especially in ascertaining with the cemeteries and other municipalities what contributions towards their operations are coming from their care and maintenance funds, because those can be quite different in the different municipalities. When we see some more information like that, we can perhaps fine tune it to a better degree, because it may not be just a simple answer of where we line up on an average basis with the other communities. There may be other elements to it. So that was our feeling for this year, having the adjustment, do some more research and come back to you with more information in the coming year.
If we pass this report this evening, when do these proposed fees come into effect?
It would come into effect January 1st.
Okay. So if between now and budget time, could we have the finance staff determine what the increase in revenue would be if the proposed fees were raised to the average of all the 5 communities? Is that a task that could be undertaken?
Mr. Mayor, we can develop that information and you can consider it at the budget meeting because we still have another regular council meeting following the budget meeting.
Okay.
A week later.
Okay. So I guess would we refer this to the budget meeting with the revised numbers for consideration then, and then we could approve it at the subsequent week's meeting?
You could refer it to the budget meeting and we can have that further information for you. We would like a decision made at the budget meeting to then allow us to bring the final bylaw at the December 18th meeting.
Council, is there any support for that proposal? Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Garrity? So we're, I guess, moving this off of consent for the time being with a referral to budget as the amended motion with some additional information from finance on that day. So given that, Councillor Councillor Garrity, we're still, I believe, on your list.
712, just one more thing. The winter control update and the report that Ms. Hamilton Beach brought forward was to address one resolution that I brought forward about a year and a half ago as it related to snow windrows and the ability for some residents to be able to remove them after a significant thaw when the roads are scraped or after a significant weather event. So I appreciate the information in it. The report mentioned, Mrs. Hamilton Beach, through you, Mr. Mayor, that there is there's going to be some evolution in the winter program provided by the District of Sault Ste. Marie Social Services Administration Board, which will hopefully, it seems, expand the service that they had provided in the past or the community partners had provided in the past. Would you be able to shed a bit of light on that for us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Garrity. Yes, it is my understanding that the program will be revamped for this upcoming season. And there's certainly an expectation that there will be more households that will be able to gain access to that service. So it will be a financial allotment to them that they can either put towards the annual maintenance program by a contractor and or pay for a certain amount of pushes, as they call, in their report to their board throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. And it's my understanding that the recommendation is to remove, one of the recommendations is to remove the 2-foot rule, somewhat arbitrary anyway, to begin with. Moving forward, correct?
You are correct, yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that there's going to be a bit of an improvement or maybe a substantial improvement to this. I will just call attention to it again, that considering our climate, considering the age of our many of those who are living in their homes still, because there isn't often a place for them to reside otherwise, that whatever we can do to help alleviate some of the challenges they have in the winter, it's appreciated. And I thank staff for taking the time to bring this back and working with the DSAB on it. Thank you.
Councillor Bruni on 712.
I really don't have any questions. I've already spoken to Hamilton Beach. I think this 2-foot rule, I have no problems if Mother Nature drops 3-4 feet of snow on the road, the plow goes by, pushes it to the side, and the driveways are covered, the windrows. But I do have an issue when the streets are scraped once, twice a year, and 3-4 feet of ice is built up at the end of people's driveways. So I still want this continued. Now, for us to vote on this, does it have to be pulled separately? Because I believe we're reducing service to our taxpayers, especially in the wintertime when it's harsh. And as Councillor Gardy has stated, we are an aging community. There are contractors out there. Many of them won't return the same day. And obviously, we're looking at additional costs for seniors. So I would like to see that when our streets are scraped once a year, twice a year, that there is a payloader behind them to open up people's driveways. And with this here right now in front of us, it will be, the onus will be on the taxpayer to clean their shovel the driveways, or hire a contractor if they can get one.
I do believe it would need to be pulled to.
Then I would like to pull it and vote on it separate. Thanks.
So we can, we'll come back to that one as we will with the cemetery operations. Anyone else want to pull anything from consent? Councillor Dufour? No, no problem.
No, I was just going to ask if through you to Mr. Gardy or Ms. Hamilton Beach wanted to respond to the scenario that Councillor Bruni was bringing up, the scenario of the grading operations and the provision of service then.
Absolutely.
Dear Mr. Mayor, through Councillor Dufour, as the study was quite extensive, it certainly reviewed all other northern practices. It certainly concluded that to have this type of rule, it summarized it as saying it was difficult, expensive, and inequitable. And certainly that is staff's findings. We are maintaining, I think it's 1,254 lane kilometers, of which are our liability and which we are responsible for. And to draw attention away from those lane kilometers in these events and in these exercises, you know, it could in fact pose a greater liability to the city and to public works.
Councillor Dufour, anything?
That's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gardy, we'll come back to 712 once we move off of consent. But Councillor Gardy, any other items on consent? Councillor Bruni, any items on consent? You were next on my list.
Okay. Agenda 7.14, People's Road Sidewalks to Mr. Rumio. At this time, there won't be a sidewalk placed on the west side of People's Road. My question is, what would the cost be for that sidewalk if it was done properly with the cement and the curbs, et cetera?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, the sidewalk in and itself would be $165,000. We did not do an estimate for adding curbs.
Thank you. And presently, what's the width from the road to, I guess, cemetery property for walkers?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, there is a 2-meter paved shoulder and an additional almost 3 meters of gravel shoulder.
Okay, thank you. And also in the report, it says it will be looked at if that part of People's Road is repaved, the city would consider looking at it again, correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, yeah, we could look at enhancing it. I think the report spoke to widening it, the gravel portion of the shoulder. We could add a width of asphalt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that all your, oh, sorry, anyone else on 714? Is that all your items on consent, Council Rooney?
I have one, the third quarter financials, 7.5. Okay, just give me a second. I bring up email. Check here, Mr. Mayor. I think we have time tonight. To Ms. Shao, regarding the third quarter financials, I guess my question is, would it be safe to say that any line that's above 25% remaining would be a surplus in the department? And I'll give you an example. Corporate services and community development presently have 2.4 and 7.2 million remaining. Will all this be spent in the fourth quarter?
Mr. Facey, welcome to council.
Mr. Keith, sorry.
You, Mr. Mayor. As the report states, staff are not anticipating significant variance at year end. Included within the numbers or not included within the numbers are a number of year-end transfers to capital funding sources, such as the annual contribution to capital or any capital revenues that flow through the operating portion. So for example, in development and enterprise services, there's capital revenues for the cemetery services that will be transferred to reserve or the funding source at year end. There are a number of items included within the report, such as winter control, staffing costs, investment income, but those will all form part of the year-end position. But at this point, no variance is anticipated at this time.
For the remaining quarter, I guess we wouldn't be able to get a closer figure on what reserves or what surplus for our budget. Would we know? Can we know?
Mr. Facey,
when we're deliberating our budget? Just curious.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can provide our reserve balances as at the end of 2022. That'll be our most final balances that we can provide. In terms of anticipated year-end position, if you look at the corporate summary and basically anticipate all the transfer to own funds fully materializing, you'd mentioned 25% remaining budget. I think it's around 26 once all those are accounted for. So we're pretty close to year-to-date budget or from the entire corporate perspective.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else on 7.5? Okay, Councilor Bruni, any other items on consent?
No.
Anyone else with items on consent? Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Item 7.1.1, correspondence, strong mayor's power. I'll direct this question to you, Mayor. It's my understanding, reading the letter, the Honorable Paul Kandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, in his letter to you, Your Worship, he's expecting a council approval pledge by December 15th of 2023. Can you confirm, have we sent that out?
Yes, we passed a municipal housing pledge on October 12th or somewhere in abouts there.
Yeah, so it's officially gone out to him.
Correct. There's a second step required, which is housing.
The targets and all this our steps that we're taking, I believe.
Yes, that will be by December 15th at the latest.
Okay, so having said that, would you kindly, I mentioned this before, would you kindly consider putting one or two sentences into your letter back to them to say that, again, we do have a skilled trade shortage that may impact us. It's not just our municipality, but it's across Ontario. I know from my own reading that more municipalities are raising this as an issue, and I would like to also make sure that your letter going back to him mentions this as well.
I can cover that in December. Council.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Anyone else on 7.1.1? Udo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a comment again. I would like to make it known. I do not like this strong mayor power. I don't, in reading this letter, the province is continually asking you and all strong mayors to bring forward any matters that could potentially advance a provincial priority. It's in there over and over and over again. And I just don't think that that was the job that you were elected to do. I'm not speaking directly to you or about you. It's just this whole thing. It's like they're trying to make you a mini MPP. And I think like you are a representative of the municipality, and I have no doubt that you will continue to do that. I just don't like how they're trying to kind of make you a little bit of a pawn in this for the money in the Building Faster Fund. So that's just my 2 cents. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. I would just, I appreciate the where your comments are coming from, and just note for the community that the next item on the agenda, 7.2, is a delegation of various powers that have been granted to me. So the power to appoint the CAO is one that I will not be using, and have delegated back to our standard process, which at this point in time is the CAO selection committee that Councillor Caputo, yourself, Councillor Bruni, and myself are part of. The second delegation was the ability to reorganize the corporate structure and hire and fire heads of departments, which I've delegated back to the CAO. And the third cannot be delegated. It's the requirement that the mayor present a budget, but I have requested that our treasurer prepare a preliminary budget and that it be presented to council, which is already done. It's on tonight's agenda, so they work very quickly. And the rest of the delegation, the rest of the decision, mayoral decision, as it's noted, says that council will consider that budget in the same way that previous budgets have been considered. So I appreciate the concern, and certainly the concern, for beyond my term, but at least for the balance of this term, things should remain largely the same as they have been. Any other matters, Councillor Hollingsworth, on consent?
No, thank you.
Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple with just comments only. So first up, I'll go with 7.1.2. Great news from the wider community of Sault Ste. Marie, but also the CAO's office. I'd just like to bring the community's attention to celebrate Ms. Gordo and her wonderful achievement. I think it's great to really celebrate folks from Sault Ste. Marie punching above their weight and getting some provincial recognition. And I hope that with some of this education, hopefully further opportunities within our own corporation will open up for her, should she so choose. So thanks to you, Mr. White. I know you do a lot of work helping to train up a really excellent and new generation of staff here in our municipal corporation. So I wanted to thank you as well.
To you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we are really pleased that Gracie was the successful recipient of this bursary. It's a provincial-wide bursary with only one recipient. And it does recognize both Gracie's accomplishments, but especially her potential. She has a strong interest in municipal administration. She comes by that honestly with her grandfather being a former city councillor, Udo Rauch. Although as I look around the room, I realize I was the only one here at the time when her grandfather was a member of council. So really pleased. And we certainly experienced her potential this past summer.
That's great. It's tremendous news. Congratulations, Gracie.
Anyone else on 7.1.2? Councillor Caputo.
Just really quickly, I know we have a budget to get to, but Gracie is very near and dear to my heart. It was lovely to see her receive this award. She really is an exceptional I want to say kid, but she's a wonderful woman and I am very proud to know her, proud to have her on staff here, would love to see her back. And the sky is the limit for this young woman. And I know she is more than willing to help any other young up and coming females in the community. So she is a wonderful role model for anybody to take advantage of. Very proud of her for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Anyone else? Councillor Dufour, sorry. Any other items on consent?
Yes, two more. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. First one, 7.10, the FCM Brownfield funding application. More just comments. Thank you very much to the team, Tom and Emily, anyone who's involved in using the CDF. I think this is really important work. I think that it really builds on work this last council did in order to really start to get serious about activating the Gateway site, getting development on it. I think this is a really important fourth, fifth step wherever we're at. It's really important that we keep making our mark on these every term. They're really critical pieces of our waterfront, of our downtown, and of our community. And I'm really excited to see some of this pre-development work come back to hopefully spur continued investments in this area. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Anyone else on 710? Seeing none, Councillor Dufour, other items on consent?
Yeah, last one, I promise. 7.15, changes to financial guarantees for development agreements. Just a quick question through you to either Mr. Rumiel or Mr. Tenazo. Have we gotten any feedback from local developers on how they view these changes and if they see them as a net positive to create faster approvals?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, we haven't gotten any feedback on the proposed changes, but we certainly had a lot of feedback on what wasn't working, and these changes are a result of that feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. I was reading it over. I think that it certainly seems that this new system would be faster. I guess it remains to be seen the question of interest and the use of the funds. If we're lifting the cap, presumably a lot of these projects are going to require significantly larger amounts of dedicated funds into that, essentially trust account that the city and the developer are both retaining an interest on. And if there's no interest being paid on that trust account, presumably it's being paid by the developer and the development. Would that be reasonable to assume?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that I can answer that question. I can certainly say that where we're lifting the cap as it relates to site plan control, that's only for one very specific type of development, which is vacant land condos, where the city in essence becomes a surety, and we need to get that 100% bonding, which we would get one way or the other. It's just a lot quicker and a lot easier to get it through site plan control and use that mechanism, which is a well-known mechanism throughout the community.
Okay, thanks. Have we also looked at what other communities are doing to address this issue? And is that part of where this system has come from?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, yes, that's correct. We're looking at other communities and what their best practices have been.
Okay, great. Well, I just, for my part, would say that hopefully as we roll out the new system and we start to see some of the individual developments come back under a system where there is no more cap anymore, let's be open to continued feedback and improvement if necessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Anyone else on 715? I'd want just a comment on this. Mr. Tenazo, it certainly seems that there is a recognition or willingness on the part of the department to work with developers to determine what the best system or most efficient system is for both them and the municipality. And so if this for some reason doesn't work, there can be some review and flexibility from the department to ensure that changes are made if they are needed. That accurate to us?
To you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dufour? Other items on consent?
Nope, that was it.
Anyone else with items on consent? I had one. It's actually ultimately going to be pulling of an item from consent, which is 7.6, the user fees bylaw, because of some back and forth I've had with the finance department earlier today. Mr. Face, CFO Shell, there are user fees in the bylaw. Oh, I guess it's a bylaw, so it probably needs to be pulled from there. But for example, I'm just trying to find where they are. Okay, sorry.
Was going to accept the bylaw on the consent bylaws because of the cemetery fees discussion, but I think you had another.
Yes, there are other kind of a general issue throughout it. There are fees in here, Ms. Shell, that are $199.75 or $26.25. It would seem to me that for the convenience of everybody, including the ease of understanding of some of these fees, that there should be like $61.06 is one of the things I'm looking at. There should be a rounding to the nearest dollar would seem to make sense to me. Do you know what other communities are doing with respect to rounding?
To you, Mr. Our manager of finance did mention about his previous employer, the city of Sudbury, that they had a rounding policy. We did have rounding policy here, but when you have a small percentage increase like we did in previous years, that's where you ended up getting some, you have a small rate like $5. When you add 2% to it, it's a couple cents. You're not going to raise it up $1. So our rounding didn't really work. So what we want to do is implement a range. And this all came about as with conversation with you. So potentially we're looking at if there's a fee that's up to $5, we're going to round it to the nearest 25 cents. Anything from 5 to 100 will be probably the nearest dollar, and then 100 to and above will be the nearest $5. So it will be rounded. Just some of the areas, like I said, because they had smaller levels of fees, they tended to end up being small cents that were added.
And is from my conversation with yourself and Mr. Facey today, is that something that can be brought forward before this user fee bylaw is passed and to be implemented for January 1?
My understanding is it's going to take a fair amount of work to go through it because we have to recalculate everything and readjust all the fees and the bylaws, and it is fairly time consuming. My understanding is that they're going to endeavor to have it for the meeting. It's not going to be a material change for the current year, though.
Okay. Thank you. That was my next question that you anticipated. So I think that the request on this, if council is agreeable, we need a mover and seconder to refer it back to finance to come up with that rounding proposal if support for that. With Councilor Bruni, is there council support to do that? I'll just do a show of hands. We'll vote on it at some point, but yeah, okay, perfect. So we will. Madam Clerk, you can come up with some wording to direct that be done. Thank you. Anyone else with items on consent? Okay, we can vote on the consent agenda.
But motion by councillors Vezo, Allen and Gardy resolved that all items listed under date November 2023 agenda item 7 consent agenda save and accept agenda items 7.6, 7.8 and 7.12 be approved as recommended.
All in favor? That carries.
And I will work on your wording for 7.6 while you go to 7.8 is
similar wording to 7.6.
What I had, that's the cemetery operations and user fee review. A motion by councillors Vezo, Allen and Scott resolved that the report of the Director of Community Services dated November 2023 concerning cemetery operations and user fee review be received and that cemetery fees be referred to 2024 budget.
Yes, I think with the understanding staff will consider bringing us back what the change in revenue would be if they implemented the average user fee across the north. Is that it sounds like finance department understands that direction. So can we have a vote on that? Carries. I think there will be a vote open on your SC scribe as well. That carried unanimously in any event, Madam Clerk.
That will take you to agenda item 7.12, a motion by councillors Vazawalan and Gardy resolved that the report of the Director of Public Works dated November 2023 regarding an update on winter control be received and that council approve the elimination of the 2-foot rule program to remove windrows. Further, that staff be directed to investigate the recommendations in table A, particularly the possibility of a pilot project with Leadcore utilizing their pre-wetting equipment and material.
Councillor Bruning, you're seeking to amend this approval.
Yes. My amendment would be is when streets are scraped, that a payloader or some type of equipment is behind it that will open up residents' driveways. Not when Mother Nature drops 3-4 feet of snow, 3 feet of snow, 2 feet of snow, and the plow goes by. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when they scrape streets.
And is the request that the 2-foot rule remain at that point? Or that we just clear the end of every driveway when we scrape?
But when they scrape, it's more than 2 feet.
So if it's more than 2 feet, then.
Okay, I can handle that.
Is that what you're, I just want to be sure that we got the right authorized direction anyway. So that's a movement of an amendment. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hollingsworth? So we've had one person speak in favor of it. That's Councillor Bruning. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to the proposed amendment? Councillor as well.
Ask a question to either Susan or Larry. And as to the likelihood and how it would impact the budget to do that, and how do you determine a scrape? I know where I live, it gets scraped more often because it's a major thoroughfare. So is every time my road gets scraped under this amendment, will it, because this is going to add confusion. I think this is my concern, is it's going to add confusion in terms of scraping, because some roads, especially major thoroughfares, especially like McNabb, McDonald, Queen, second line, get scraped more often than others. So how do we determine that? That would be my difficulty with this resolution, the way it reads.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vazawalan. You are correct. We use both graders and plows. And so thus those routes that have a grader maintaining it, it is truly a scraping with each round, and thus the inequity with the whole process.
Well, procedurally, we're really, I think clarification you can ask for.
Clarification. Second line gets scraped every day during the winter time, if it's required. They're not getting 3-4 feet of the end of their driveway. We're talking about one-time scraping in residential areas. Those are the areas that I'm looking at.
Not quite sure that's a clarification, but I'm gonna go to Councillor, sorry.
Through Mr. Mayor
Already.
to Councillor Bruning. I mean, I think we can debate this forever, and I've been hearing at this for 18 years, so I'm going to give you my take on it. This scraping process, the inequity of it is some people, I guess, look at 2 feet in depth. Some people look at 2 feet in height. Some people just look at the size of the ice chunk. And then there's the damage that we're doing using heavy equipment to clean driveways. Years back, people had a driveway, it was a gravel driveway. They may have asphalt in the driveway. Now we have interlocking brick. Now we have all these fancy different stamped concrete. And we're going in with heavy equipment and doing damage. This is costing the city a lot of time and a lot of money.
So when we have to go back, certainly the council will get the call. We'll end up back at the site and there'll be scrape marks from the metal bucket that was in the driveway. And then there's all those complaints for trying to fix that back up. It goes on, it goes on, it goes on. So we've come to you tonight. We've had a consultant come to us and explain this process and saying that it's done nowhere else. It's inequitable because you may not give the same service at one end of town as the other. We don't have the equipment and the manpower to continue doing this. And that's why we're here today. If we're asked to continue to do this, we'll do it when we can. We'll send supervisors around to inspect, because don't forget, every time there's a call, there has to be an inspection. We'll send someone to inspect, but we may not get to it. So there again is the inequity. I could be in the east end doing it, but not be able to get to the west end to do it. So you have to be careful on what you're deciding on. Just want to make sure council is very much aware of all these different little factors that play into this. And then the cost, if we were to look at doing every driveway, 30,000 driveways in Sault Ste. Marie, you can't do for one and not the other, whether they're a senior or not a senior. You have to be able to treat everybody the same. We can't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Girardi. So we had a couple of questions. We really should have someone speak in opposition, which I understand is what you're raising your hand to do, Councillor Girardi. Otherwise, I'll go to someone who will. Is it a clarifying question? All right. So, yeah.
So a couple things. One is you had the study done. The study said, if I'm correct, that we have the severest of winters in the province. Something to that effect. Okay. So if we compare ourselves to everyone else, we have to appreciate the circumstance we're in. It also noted, the report also noted the changing climate and the extreme events that we do have, and the thawing and the melting, et cetera. So I just wanted to mention that to Mr. Girardi and Public Works. That being said, I'm hopeful that your professional discretion isn't getting lost in this conversation, because I'm sure when there is a severe event, which a significant thaw in the midst of winter, and you have to scrape the streets to maintain them properly. And in the exceptional cases in a neighborhood where the ice at the end of the driveway is half the height of this thing in front of me, you're probably going to try to alleviate some of that. Would you not, as a rule? Or are you just saying, I don't care how much we throw down, because I don't care how big the storm was or how much ice is there, that we're never going to try and alleviate an exceptional situation? Because if that's the fact, then I'm going to roll with Councillor Bruni.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Girardi, certainly common sense comes into play. What we are doing now is we are doing our best to put ice blades on and keep that snowpack to a minimum. It's difficult, but it all depends on the type of winter you get. If we get a winter where we get, and we get an event that doesn't time perfectly with clearing snow by morning, because the event started, say, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we get a lot of snowpack in the subdivisions. That creates an issue. So we're trying to use ice blades to take it down, and we're training our staff to try and take a little at a time so we don't have such large chunks in. Like I said, we could have these discussions, and all I'm saying is be cautious on what you're putting down as a policy, because if you put it down as a policy and we have to adhere to it, we just may not be able to do that. So, but yes, common sense does come into play. If someone's in a situation, we'll certainly be looking at it and address it if we can.
I've given basically everyone the opportunity to ask questions. Councillor Hollingsworth, did you have a clarifying question you wanted to ask?
I have a clarifying question.
Please ask a clarifying question.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Girardi, maybe. Did you say that all municipalities do scrape? Is it a common practice?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. Every municipality has a combination of graders and plow trucks. Wherever you have a plow truck, you don't have that opportunity to scrape. Once you get into the season and you get snowpack on, the plows are designed to glide on top, not to scrape. The graders are designed to scrape. Here, our budgets allow us to buy only 8 graders. So we have those 8 graders staying on our mains and collectors. Our snow plow trucks go into the subdivisions. Other cities and towns, I'd say Thunder Bay runs more graders than we do. So, but they have different issues that they manage. They don't necessarily go in and do several runs through subdivisions. So there's a lot of different things that play into effect. But for the most part, they use plow trucks, but more graders. Sudbury, it's probably a balance.
Okay. So it sounds like not all municipalities scrape. So I'm going to ask the naive question here. Have we ever, in your knowledge, never scraped and just gone through winter without scraping?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Hollingsworth, I believe there were years back where they tried not to, but the subdivisions came so impassable because there was probably a 1-foot snowpack that started to melt, and then vehicles couldn't get in or out. So.
Okay, one last clarification question. So we're talking about scraping, not removing of snowbanks, not cutting snowbanks in half. We're actually referring to scraping of the street itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd be curious to see if we stop and do a pilot project and don't scrape and just see how it goes with our winters being less and less on us.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, keep in mind that we have to meet the minimum maintenance standards. And under the minimum maintenance standards, we have to make sure roads are passable. I would not take that risk of not clearing snowpack.
Okay, thank you. I would like to do the pilot, but no comment. Thank you.
We're going to go to Councillor Spina, who has promised me that he's going to speak in opposition to this, and then we'll have a vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to get us back on tracks. One speaking for the amendment and one speaking against the amendment. I want to be very, very clear. We did this exercise last year at length. There is not, nor has there ever been, a 2-foot rule. It does not exist. And I'll ask Mr. Girardi or Ms. Hamilton Beach to clarify that or support that, or correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, certainly the practice has not been carried out through the last 2 years. I think we would have applied the common sense method that Mr. Girardi has spoken to, but certainly not as a regular practice. I do hear anecdote where in the past they did carry a ruler stick, and it again just led to further confusions as to how this could be applied.
Right. So I have trouble supporting an amendment when we don't even have a rule in the books that says that. So I think we have a very comprehensive report from staff. I think it's fair and provides a service to the community while making sure that we mitigate any risk that this corporation faces moving forward. So, I mean, I think it's time we stop talking about the 2-foot rule because it doesn't exist. So it shouldn't exist in our vocabulary. We should be talking about things that are actually on paper that we can actually control.
You, Councillor Brady. No, we're not going to do that. Sorry. No, I've come back to you twice already. Councillor Brady, we're gonna vote on the amendment. We've gone far beyond the bounds of the procedural bylaws. So, Councillor Bruni, I understand, and council certainly understands the what we're being asked to do. It's either
snow removal department in all of Northern Ontario. And I commend Larry for that. Our roads are done within 8 hours on a night shift. We never lose a shift of work because we couldn't get out on the street. My issue here is only on scraping. I don't care about the 2-foot rule. I'm talking about the scraping when you have huge chunks of ice at the end of the driveway. I think, and you can't compare it to second line. Second line's done every day when it snows. So there isn't that much snow at the end of the driveway. I'm talking about a one-shot deal when there's ruts in the road, the grader comes by at night shift or during the middle of the day, people aren't home. By the time they get home, it's all frozen. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care about the 2-foot rule. I'm talking about the scraping.
I trust.
And I don't think you guys are
Councilor
understanding.
Bruni. Yeah, no, I trust that all of council understands that that's what's being asked. It's just when you get a street in a subdivision with massive chunks of ice at the end of the driveway because it's at a once a season or twice a season scraping. I trust that council understands that that's what's being asked for an amendment to this. And that's what we're voting on. And so that's what we will have a vote on. So we are, they're all recorded.
Councillor Bruni, I just wanted to confirm with you that I've captured what you're asking for in this amendment. Resolve that the motion be amended to remove the words, the elimination of the 2-foot roll program to remove windrows and replace with the words that windrows be removed from driveways in residential areas when ice is scraped from a street.
When the street is scraped.
So everyone clear on what we are being asked to amend the motion to? And I have some nodding heads here to certify that. I'm not getting any nodding. Okay. We got nods. Okay. So all in favor of amending the authorization to add Councillor Bruni's wording in? All in favor of that? 3. All opposed? That amendment fails. So we are back to the recommended motion.
Just waiting for Councillor Vesuallen.
She was she voted in opposition to the amendment.
So I have Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Bruni, Councillor Gardy, and Councillor Scott voting for the amendment. I have Mayor Shoemaker, Councillor Spina, Councillor Vesuallen, Councillor Caputo, and Councillor Zagordo voting against.
Councillor Gardy, I had noted your hand as the opposite of what? Okay. Against the amendment. So the vote there should be 3 in favor. So that is reopened for voting. If you are in opposition to adding the wording in, you vote no. If you're in favor of adding the wording in, you vote yes there.
So Bruni is a yes and Councillor Scott is a yes. So that is Councillors Hollingsworth, Bruni, and Scott in favor of the amendment and the other 7 members opposed. So the amendment fails and I will open the main motion.
This is the main recommended staff motion.
This is to eliminate the 2-foot rule program to remove windows and that staff be directed to investigate the recommendations in table A, particularly the possibility of a pilot project using pre-wetting equipment and material.
All in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
So that carries with Councillors Hollingsworth and Bruni voting against, and the other 8 members voting in favor. And what I captured for agenda item 7.6 for 2024 user fees. Councillor Bruni was moving. I did not catch who was going to second that. Was it Councillor Hollingsworth? Resolved that the finance department be requested to amend fees reflected in the user fee bylaw to round up fees.
Is the request being made of the finance department understood? Okay. All in favor of that amendment? That carries. And that will bring us to agenda item 9.1,
6.1 Indigenous Policy and Process Renewal Advisor. It's a motion by Councillors Zagordo and Gardy, whereas Bawating is the historical sacred gathering place of all Anishinaabe Indigenous people since time immemorial. And whereas the first peoples, Ojibwe, Métis, and Inuit of this area have for centuries sought peace and friendship with settlers and shared resources and ways of knowing. And whereas the city of Sault Ste. Marie is committed to pillars of a progressive community, including improving respectful relations, inclusion, and the prosperity of Indigenous community members. And whereas outreach to neighboring communities and partner agencies has been ongoing throughout this and previous terms of council through various channels, including the Bawating Indigenous Advisory Council and the Community Economic Development Initiative Facilitated Economic Development Training Program. And whereas in an effort to enhance the pillars of a progressive community, the City of Sault Ste. Marie wishes to ingrain improvements to the processes and policies at City Hall into the corporate structure of the municipality. Now therefore be it resolved that the Chief Administrative Officer be requested to develop a job description for an Indigenous Policy and Process Renewal Advisor that reports directly to the CAO, and that the Bawating Indigenous Advisory Circle be requested to review and provide feedback on the job description before it returns to council for further discussion and direction on implementing such an advisory position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an effort that has come about from the Bawating Indigenous Advisory Circle that I, together with many organizations in town, form part of. The recommendations that come out of the advisory circle are an effort to advance reconciliation in our community and ensure that our practices are culturally appropriate, ensure that our practices are not non-discriminatory. And one of the recommendations is to do what many municipalities and many organizations are doing. Sudbury has done this. Thunder Bay has done this. Our organizations at Sioux College and Algoma University have done this. And it is an attempt to ensure that there is no biases in the policies of the corporation that would inherently discriminate or unintentionally discriminate against Indigenous members of the community or the surrounding area. And so it is a policy review, ongoing policy review position to ensure that in an effort to, as I mentioned, advance reconciliation. So I appreciate Councillor Zagordo and Councillor Gardy for moving and second this for me. This is not at this point committing to the position being added to the base of positions in our municipality. It is to develop the job posting and have it reviewed by the Bawating Indigenous Advisory Circle so that it can then come back to council for consideration. So there are other council steps to do before this would be implemented, and council will have additional approvals to grant if it wishes to move forward with this. So this is step one of a multi-step process if council wishes to go that way, and I certainly hope they do, because I think it is important for our relationship with our a significant portion of our community, the urban Indigenous population, and our relationship with our neighbors in Garden River and Batchewana, to ensure that we're doing all we can to be fair and equitable. Councillor Zagordo, as the mover of the motion, I'll ask if you have any additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this resolution on behalf of the mayor. As the mayor mentioned, some communities are ahead on this initiative, and I think we should definitely follow. There is nothing more valuable than furthering our lines of communication with our Indigenous partners, and I look forward to the job description in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zagordo. Councillor Gardy, anything to add to that?
I think the two of you encapsulated what I kind of would have said anyway, so I'm happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Any other councillors with questions or comments on this? Councillor Caputo.
Would this, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess maybe to you or to Mr. CAO White, I guess we wouldn't be considering this as part of our 2024 budget, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what we approve today would potentially move not until 2025 when we could potentially find room for it in our budget?
I mean, there's any number of possible ways we might do it. We might fund it on the interim basis through in-year funds, but that would be a debate the council would have to have at a future date.
Okay, that's, I think it's awesome. Thanks for bringing it forward, and I hope we get to see it sooner than later.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? That carries.
And agenda item 9.2, so motion by councillors Bezo-Allen and Dufour. Whereas Hope Air is a national Canadian charity founded in 1986. And whereas Hope Air provides essential medical travel assistance, both emergencies and non-emergencies. And whereas Hope Air provides assistance for those individuals and families in financial need. And whereas Hope Air has provided thousands of free medical travel arrangements to patients in Northern Ontario. And whereas this year alone, this charity will provide over 2,700 travel arrangements, including over 370 flights for patients living in the Sault Ste. Marie area. And whereas Hope Air supports not just air transport, but also ground transportation, hotel stays and meal allowances, and assists individuals in a health crisis with a client care team. And whereas Hope Air is not able to meet the demands of this service, and whereas Hope Air is requesting assistance from the province of Ontario, now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Matthew Shoemaker be requested to write a letter to support the Hope Air funding request to the Honourable Sylvia Jones, Minister of Health, as well as to local MPP Ross Romano and the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario.
Councillor Bezo-Allen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was fortunate to have a discussion with Mark Rubenstein, the CEO of Hope Air, about a month ago. And other than seeing Hope Air posters at Billy Bishop Airport, I wasn't really fully aware of the support that they give. So it's very different from the Northern Travel Grant, which is a reimbursement program. So Hope Air upfronts all the costs. So the requirements are that you're a household of two living in Northern Ontario and making under $40,000. And they do all the coordination, flights, hotel stays, ground transportation, food. And they'll service in Northern Ontario approximately 2,000 folks this year. So they are feeling the pinch like with everyone else. They don't have their own airline. I think a lot of people don't really understand. They work with airlines. So they work obviously with our Air Canada and Porter, as well as volunteers. I'm looking at you, Chief, that have their own planes that have serviced, especially in more northern communities. So they make sure folks get to Princess Margaret, Sick Kids, Toronto General. That is their focus. And they've done research that over 30% of those that they serve would not have gone for treatment without this support. So they really make it seamless for folks that need the assistance. And I was happy to get to know more about their organization. They are a national charity, and the BC government just funded them, and they're looking at provincially getting funding from the provinces that they serve the most. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for agreeing to do this. And I want to thank my counterpart, Councillor Dufour, in supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo-Allen. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Lisa for bringing this forward. I also wanted to recognize Councillor Hollingsworth, who also met with Hope Air and has done a lot of advocacy, learning about their programs and bringing it to our attention. So I appreciate her generosity and allowing me to be here as seconder, but I wanted to recognize all the work that Councillor Hollingsworth put in as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Any other council questions or comments on this motion? Councillor Hollingsworth.
Just want to reiterate what Councillor Bezo-Allen said. There's many people in this community that volunteer their time as private pilots to fly patients to Toronto. I want to recognize the aviation community, the general aviation community, for their support and their time. And this is a critical piece of our healthcare system that is not currently funded by our healthcare system. So those individuals that have used this service out there in our community will understand how important this is. And gosh forbid if people in the future need this, we hope it's available as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. All in favor? That carries.
Agenda item 9.3, Highway 17 East access. It's a motion by Councillors Spina and Hollingsworth, whereas the safe and efficient flow of motor vehicle traffic is a priority for the city of Sault Ste. Marie and surrounding communities. And whereas the intersection of Trunk Road and Highway 17 East is currently the only road providing access into or out of Sault Ste. Marie for vehicles traveling east or west. And whereas there have been occasions where that intersection has had to be closed due to motor vehicle collisions. And whereas such closures affect the safety of residents in Sault Ste. Marie and neighboring communities, as it limits the ability for emergency vehicles to access the communities or for motor vehicles to access the city, including the Sioux Area Hospital and other important services. And whereas such closures cause disruption to the flow of traffic, causing significant delays for those entering Sault Ste. Marie from the east and those attempting to exit Sault Ste. Marie heading west. And whereas the potential for this intersection to be subject to road closures in the future remains a possibility. And whereas Frontenac Street runs parallel to Trunk Road and ends just short of connecting to Highway 17 East on the north side of the intersection at Trunk Road and Highway 17 East. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to review the process of extending the east end of Frontenac Street to connect with Highway 17 East parallel with Trunk Road just north of the said intersection, effectively creating a detour around the intersection. And in order to ensure motor vehicle traffic only travel on this road in the event of an emergency, staff review the process of installing an emergency gate that will remain closed at this location unless situations requiring the gate to be opened to allow for the temporary safe flow of traffic, and that staff engage in communications with our partners in Batchewana First Nation, Garden River First Nation, the Ministry of Transportation, and the provincial government in order to work collaboratively on this project.
Councillor Spina, you mentioned this 6 years ago, as far as I'm aware, and you are now here in a position to affect it. So I'll turn the floor to you.
Right. I'm glad you remember that, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I think at that time you and I were both in different positions, you being a city councillor and myself in my previous profession. And I believe I found myself at that intersection at that time, and it was closed due to motor vehicle collision. And this was a recommendation that came up at that time. So I'm happy to talk about it here today. This is a spot where really and truly the road really just ends. I think it's less than a few hundred feet. It might only be 150 feet of connecting to the highway, and really and truly coming into town, into Sault Ste. Marie. It's only a few hundred meters before there's an exit back onto Trunk Road. So this portion of land is, we know, within the city limits. It does not fall into the property of Batchewana or Garden River First Nations, fully within our control. And we can actually create a detour here that won't even go through those communities. It'll go right back onto Trunk Road, just, a few hundred meters short of that detour. I think it's very important for us to ensure that people have access to the community, to leave and come from the community, come and go from the community, to access services within our community, and to actually allow for that traffic not to back up on the highway should an emergency occur. And this is, I think, a very easy, cost-effective, and simple plan to get that done.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I'm glad to be the seconder on this. I just want to ask staff when they come back to us with a report that they look at what Councillor Spina was saying. Will this be actually put in front of people's homes? I believe it won't be, but please make note of that in the report. And also, can you all look at how many past accidents have happened where the highway was closed? If those 2 points can be put in the report, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Anyone else with questions or comments on this? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on that matter. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Which brings us to bylaws.
The motion by Councillors Dufour and Gardy resolved that all bylaws under item 12 of the agenda under date November 20, 2023, save and accept bylaw 2023-183 be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
I'm going to read the closed session motion now. However, we won't be going into closed session until following the budget. It's a motion by Councillors Vezo, Allen, and Scott. Resolve that this council move into closed session to discuss one item concerning the disposition of land, one item concerning labor relations, and one item concerning solicitor-client privilege. Further be it resolved that should the said closed session be adjourned, the council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same matters without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
Favor? That carries.
And a motion by Councillors Vezo, Allen, and Scott. Resolve that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries. We are adjourned and we are reconvened. Welcome to council, everybody.
We did have a land acknowledgement in the agenda, but I don't, can you do it again?
My system has frozen up, so if you could, if you could guide us through the beginning portions of this.
I have a motion by Councillors Dufour and Gardy. Resolve that the agenda for November 2023 budget meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
I have received no declarations of pecuniary interest.
Seeing none.
Agenda item 4 is the mayoral direction with respect to the 2024 budget, directing the CFO to prepare a proposed budget.
Madam CFO, thank you for the expedient work on doing so.
And agenda item 5, 2024 budget input opportunities. Tessa Vecchio, the corporate communications officer, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Ms. Vecchio.
So ahead of the 2024 municipal budget, residents and business owners are invited to participate in the budget process and provide feedback from November 20th to December 1st. So we're having some technical difficulties with the sound, but this video is available on our website and on our YouTube channel. Every time your street is plowed, your garbage or recyclables are picked up. You visit the park, catch a bus, use the pool, play hockey, or even borrow a book from the library. You are witnessing your tax dollars at work. The city's budget isn't just a financial document. It's a blueprint for our collective aspirations. It's how we come together to build a great community. Think of it as our city's business plan for the year. It outlines the services the city provides and the investments required to maintain, strengthen, or enhance them. Our municipal budget isn't just about numbers. It's about the heart and soul of our city. It's about creating a better tomorrow for all of us. To learn more about our city's budget and get involved, visit saultestmarie.ca/budget 2024. Ways that residents and business owners can get involved in the budget process, including completing an online survey that's available at saultestmarie.ca/budget 2024. We will also have paper copies of this survey at various city facilities, including the Accessibility Office, our Bay Street Active Living Center, and the libraries as well. We are also super excited to host a budget town hall on November 30th at the Bay Street Active Living Center from 6 to 8. And at that budget town hall, mayor, council, and city staff will be available to discuss priorities with residents. We ask that you engage with us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, using the handles @CitySSM and #SueBudget. You can also email comments to us at budgetinput@cityssm.on.ca. And there's a really great property tax calculator on our website as well that will give people a little bit of a better understanding of where tax dollars are allocated. We'll be working with our media partners to assist with amplifying messages and informing the community of what's next. And lastly, stay tuned for an upcoming podcast on the city's podcast, Where You Belong, where we're going to interview our manager of finance and learn more about the pressures of this budget and the revenues needed to support it. So all of these ideas and engagement, they'll be collected and considered as part of the 2024 budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any counselors have any questions about the budget input opportunities and the video we just saw? Councillor Caputo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sort of Mayor. I just want to highlight the work that has gone into this and really highlight our communications department. I would also like to let everyone at home know that this is one half of our communications department. This is something that I would really like to see expanded. The work that they are doing is so wonderful, but communications department so far is only 2 folks. So everything that you do see coming out comes pretty much directly from either Tessa's hands or our newly hired person, Zoe, who is also amazing. I think you've seen a step up in our social media game. She's been amazing. But I just wanted to thank you for putting this together. And I hope to see folks in the community take advantage of this. It is one thing to discuss via social media saying, you know, things about the budget or things that you think should happen. Come out and talk to us because your input is really important and a lot of work has gone into this. So I hope to see a lot of you there. Thank you so much.
Councillor Gardy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one suggestion, although you're probably way ahead of me on this, Tessa, is with the evening being hosted at the Active Living Center, not everybody may necessarily know precisely where that is despite the address. So I don't know how we could kind of point it out with a photo of it or something on our website, just so people know where they're going and making it as accessible as possible. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor Gardy, I don't think they like to call it this anymore, but it's the Senior Center on Bay Street. Thank you. Just for the community. Everything in our city is the old this or the old that. So the old Senior Center on Bay Street. Any other councillors with questions of Tessa? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So that takes us to agenda item 6, which is levy boards. Agenda item 6.1 is Algoma Public Health, and they are not present today to make a presentation to council. Under agenda item 6.2, the Sault Ste. Marie Region Conservation Authority, Karina Barrett, the General Manager, Secretary, Treasurer, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Karina. I'll say it before you start for everybody who's here to make presentations. We are going to adhere to a 2-minute time limit. So I'll get you to talk like an auctioneer if you have to. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I will be brief. In line with new legislation, the Conservation Authority has broken down its budget into 3 categories. And the category of most concern to the council today would be category 1. And those are those programs that are mandated, such as flood control and development permitting. We further broke it down into wages and benefits, administration, operations, and capital projects. The most significant increase right now is to capital ask, as we did not ask for a capital ask in 2023. Increases to wages are due to CPI increases to staff wages across the board, as well as some hiring of seasonal workers. And while we do expect inflation and insurance increase in 2024, this should be offset by increase or decreases to operating costs. Just a breakdown of the budget a little bit further. So wages and benefits do make up 72% of our budget, 22% being administration, 5% is operations, and 1% being our capital project. When looking at the revenue, we are expecting some increases to revenue sources, such as our development regulations, as we have seen a steady increase in these over the past couple of years. Overall, though, we are seeing increases in the overall revenue, with the exception of a couple of small items. And overall, we are asking for a 4.1% increase to the total general levy, or sorry, total budget. When looking at the breakdown of our revenue, you can see that the City of Sault Ste. Marie is our largest contributor at 66% with the general levy. This is followed by our drinking water source protection program, which is funded by the province at 14%. We also have provincial funding for our flood hazard and other hazard related operations at 8%, as well as our self-generated revenue, which is our development regulations at 5% of our revenue. The remainder of our revenue sources range between 3% and less than 1%. The budget considerations include continuation of our annual programming, along with an increase in seasonal staff capacity, continued staff training and travel, and the creation of newly mandated reports that are due by the Conservation Authority at the end of 2020. Financial pressures include increases to goods and services, especially fuel and utility costs. The City of Sault Ste. Marie levy has been calculated at a 4.59% increase for a total of $25,575 over 2023 values. This value includes the capital levy ask, as well as a 2.35% increase to the operational levy over 2023. Our capital levy ask is representative of an over 50% drop from our original version of the budget, which would have been shared with council at the last meeting, which was sitting at 9.5%. And this is due to new information that the authority has become aware of, allowing us to reduce the associated capital levy ask. The capital levy ask is a 50% cost share of an important project on the Fort Creek Dam. This includes an update on to the dam operations and maintenance manual that is mandated under Ontario Regulation 686/21 to be completed for the end of 2024. Self-generated revenue was also estimated and incorporated into the budget to help offset the total levy ask for 2024. And overall, the 2024 budget reflects the short-term objectives of the authority and considers the long-term requirements to ensure that the Conservation Authority can provide sustainable benefits to its watershed constituents. That's me.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Very efficient there.
Thank you. I apologize. I do ramble.
No, that was excellent and concise.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, Councilor, other questions? Councilor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say you do a lot of work behind the scenes, and I just want to, as chair of the Conservation Authority Board, thank you. You go beyond how can I say, beyond, and your team as well. Also, I want to say thank you to the board, Corey Girardi, Ron Zagaro, Marchi Burney, and Enzo Palombo. If I may want to say thank you. I believe you reduced the budget from about 9%, and you basically saved us about $80,000, if I am correct. And you went back and you fine-tuned it. Can you elaborate on how you are helping the constituent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hollingsworth. It's closer to 40. Thank you. But yes, we were able to, after discussion with the board, it was very apparent that the 9.5% ask is much too high. And we really had to narrow it down to those programs that were mandated. And so that's what we cut out the particular projects that weren't necessarily needed to be done at this time and slimmed it right down to what we need at this time to make sure that we are following the legislation. Those additional projects are something that we might be able to do in the future, but additional studies on Fort Creek Dam will help us determine whether or not they did take place in the first place.
Right. And that is fiscally responsible. So thank you again to yourself, your team and the board. And I know that other committees and boards around this table hopefully have done the same. We've gone back to our budget many times. So thank you. Good job.
Council, any other, Councilor Spina, yes. No questions? Okay, that was brief. Councilor Venezuela.
Thanks so much, Karina. Appreciate it. Just one very brief question. The 50% cost share for the dam. If this doesn't get approved, will you lose that funding going into 2024? Is there a time limit for the cost share?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sawalin. There's a specific pot of funding. It's called the Water Erosion Control Infrastructure Funding, specific for conservation authorities for dam related projects. So we have not in the past in applying for this particular type of funding, we've not ever experienced not being approved. And it is a very important project as it is mandated by the government for completion by the end of December. So I do not anticipate that we would not see the funding come through.
Okay.
Having said that, if the funding were not able to come through the provincial side, we would have to look at the quality of the operations manual dam operations manual that we would be producing, and it may just have to be reflective of the funding that we are able to get.
Thank you. No other questions.
Any other councilors with questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Levy boards. 6.3 is the Sault Ste. Marie District Social Services Administration Board. They were unable to be in attendance to make a presentation. So we move to agenda item 7, local boards, and under agenda item 7.1, the Police Services Board. Chief Stevenson and Angela Davey, the manager of finance services, are in attendance.
Welcome to council, Chief. Welcome to council, Ms. Davey. Hold you to the 2-minute timeline if possible, but there will be, I'm sure, plenty of questions.
I appreciate that timeline, Mr. Mayor. We'll get started. Thank you very much for having us. And you can see I brought some of my senior managers as well. So this is an important meeting for all of us and police service in this community. So slide number 1, the Sioux Police Service Board was presented with 24 budget with, as you know, originally it was a 13.5% increase as reported. It was dropped down to 9.8 because we don't have OPC classes available as a result of the provincial government. So originally we had more openings, which would have allowed us to hire more. Now we're restricted to 12 to 16 FTEs for this coming year, which reduced our budget because we simply couldn't send people to those courses. So this represents a 6.4 increase to our base budget, with the remaining 3.40 represented by an expansion into the downtown core with a fully supported division and the implementation of Axon services, including body-worn cameras, digital evidence management, digitally enhanced tasers, and the cloud support. So when we go to the next stage, we're looking at our complement increases. Salary increases of 5.42% are due to an increase of 4 FTEs approved by the board and the contracted collective bargaining agreement settlement for 24, which was 4% this year. The 24 budget includes an approved 4 officers increase to base complement. In addition, to accommodate the increased workload, the 24 budget includes an increase of, as I said, 4 civilian FTEs for 9/11 dispatch, 4 civilian FTEs for the management of our digital evidence, including the video from the body-worn cameras. These additions are to mitigate the increasing sick and overtime costs to stay ahead of forecasted retirements. For 24 will be approximately 17 FTEs can leave our service. And to adequately, effectively police our community based on increasingly more complicated and violent calls for service. Currently, in terms of leave, we have approximately 13% of our officers are off on all types of leave. An additional 5.6 are currently accommodated and non-front line. Important to note that we're operating this police service on overtime budget. On overtime budget, 18.8% is the increase to our sick time as a result of that. And that's over a comparator of 22 to 23. Officers are turning down our overtime shifts simply because they're too tired. Because they worked a shift for 4 days, they're tired, they need those 4 days off, and we're asking them to come in and do more overtime. The Downtown Association businesses have been openly calling for additional downtown patrols. You know, we've done the dynamic patrol, but remember those dynamic patrols were all on overtime. They're over and above the regular members' workload. So what I'm presenting to you is a budget that needs to be addressed. It's a rolling ball. If we don't hire staff, we're continually burning out the people we have. What are the challenges to policing? Recruiting is a challenge across Ontario. I can tell you in good old 1987, I was hired, there was 600 people for one position. Today, there's approximately 2 people for one position that wants to get into policing. We have a total of 17 officers that can retire by the end of 24 that we have to meet. As I mentioned, intake allocations at OPC are basically 3 to 4 per class times 4. So right now we're allotted at this time 12 members. I have 17 that could retire this year. That puts us in a deficit situation. Calls for service, this is important, have remained consistent, and the police board materials will show you that. The calls coming into 911 have increased 100% over the past 5 years. And there's been an 80% increase in violent crime. In the issue of body worn cameras, you know that body worn cameras will alleviate pressures on our Professional Standards Bureau, the complaints into the service. It'll provide an earlier resolution of complaints and reduce costs by about 30%. But the real cost here isn't necessarily the savings from legal. It's the amount of time and energy it costs us to investigate complaints. And we've just had to add another FTE to our Professional Standards Bureau, which is another 200,000. We know that in time, that won't be necessary with cameras because cameras will be on the member, it'll be in the car, it'll be in the backseat, everything's recorded. Thank you very much. Maybe 3.5 minutes, Mr.
We must have different watches.
I left another slide there. You can read that. But those are the individual pieces. Open to questions.
Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for coming, and Chief and Angela. I'm going to start with compliment. So I know in 2022 going into the 2023 budget, the board increased the complement to 142. Now, what I'm trying to understand is the 2024 budget includes an approved 4 FTE officer increase. Is that over and above what was approved in 2022, 2023?
Yes.
So right now, so you got awarded a complement of 142 in 2022, and now moving into 2024, the complement's going to be 146.
That's correct.
Okay. So from my understanding, and I was part of those conversations, was that by increasing complement, it would assist with the overtime costs. But what I think you're presenting to us tonight at council is that your overtime costs have not been alleviated by the increase in complement?
Well, here's the issue. Policing isn't constant. You know, and all of us know in this room, we've had one of the most violent falls. Homicide 10 years ago cost us 1.5 million. That's just in all costs. So today it's probably double that. And so, yes, additional 4 FTE makes it easier in overtime, but it's in no way going to alleviate all of it or even part of it if your calls for service, giving your 911s are up 100% and your violent crimes up 80%. It will mitigate some things, Counselor, but not all of it by any means. And I don't think it was ever intended to say 4 FTEs would reduce or eradicate our overtime.
Well, I wouldn't say eradication, but the argument was that with having more officers available, that overtime would most likely not increase, but possibly decrease. And I do remember
Yeah.
that being the rationale.
Well, there would be a decrease, but that's with everything constant. There was no constant share. Right? Calls for service this fall were way above the norm in an ordinary fall in Sault Ste. Marie comparative to last year.
It certainly was. However, when you're looking at adding more officers live, the assumption is that then you have more officers available, so you don't need to bring in extra for overtime for normal work. However, yes, when there is an extreme incident, we're all certainly aware of that, and that's understandable. I'm just taking a look at operations from a general perspective and understanding what the impact of going from 142 to 146 is going to solve for our community in terms of safety, but also affordability.
Yes, and I would argue that the board would have been presented with a lot more FTEs at that time to really impact the overtime, but I was lucky to get the 4 that I got. So given that, and given the situation we have today, we have to hire based need, based on calls for service. And if you look at budgets across Ontario, Sudbury 14.3, North Bay 10, Peterborough 12, these are all comparators. So budgets are up. And the number one issue is, do we have enough people to police this community? And I have been very clear at many board meetings, including the last where we were allotted the 17 FTEs for the downtown, that this is an adequacy and effectiveness issue. And if it's not addressed, more officers sick, more officers not available, and you go into that cycle of living on overtime, which does not work in the future.
So those 17 FTEs are going to be included in that complement of 146 that you're reallocating to the downtown core.
The 17 FTEs will be for the downtown division. That'll be 4 platoons of 4 and 1 staff sergeant.
And that's included with the 146 complement.
That's above 146.
So your complement's going to be 146 plus an additional 17 going into 2024.
That's correct, but it was going to be implemented over a 3-year term. So we would hire 7 each year to reduce the cost to the municipality.
Yeah, it's difficult because we're just getting such a high overview and not really the budget. Now, when you also go expansion into the downtown core with a fully supported division, is that just salary and those 17 officers, or is it also infrastructure to support that?
It's a good question. So the total cost with capital and the 17 FTEs, 3.6 million over 4 years or 3. It's an expensive venture.
And has there been consideration to possibly deter that and have it a little, I would say, decrease the amount that you're putting in over, or is like, if you're saying, so what I'm trying to understand is it's difficult to recruit and it's been hard to recruit, but you're putting in 17 additional over 3 years. Is that even realistic that you're going to be able to hire that and manage that is my,
Well, we have to, because my responsibility is to keep this community safe. And that's my point, was when we put this budget together, there was no restrictions in OPC. In the last class, we got restricted to 3, maybe 4. I'm on the OACP Board of Directors. My goal is to make sure we lobby that group to say, we need more opportunity for spaces. If I lose 17 FTEs in 24, I'm only hiring 12 to 16, I'm barely meeting my complement. Is it realistic is your question? That can change. That can change in the next meeting when all of a sudden more seats are allotted simply because other services couldn't hire. So it is a moving target, to be blunt. But I wanted to be forthright and transparent with council is it changes, and it could change by the time this budget comes in February, where all of a sudden they're saying in March, you're going to have more seats.
so I noticed that there is with Sioux College, there is a collaboration agreement and there's funding towards that to have training as a collaboration with OPC for Northern Training Hub. So move training services to Sioux College, collaboration with OPC for Northern Training Hub. Could you elaborate on that? Like, is that creating more opportunities for individuals in our community to get trained, or what does that entail?
Well, it's a good question, Counselor. And what it is, it's for specialty training. It's not OPC graduate training, if you understand. So
yes,
at this point, that is simply an idea. It's not being, formalized by the province in any way, and I don't want to preempt that. There is that opportunity to come to Sioux College. We're supportive of it, but that's for specialty courses, not for frontline police graduate training that's done by Elmer, Ontario.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bezuel and Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks for your presentation. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to our chief, one of the main concerns that I hear from constituents is about response times. So within this budget, what is the average response time for a call involving violence?
Well, we could run that data, and I didn't have a chance based on your question this morning, and we can get you that. But here's the common sense answer. All violent calls are responded to immediately. At no time will the police service say to you, we're in an IPV situation. We have a terrible traffic accident. Someone's hurt. We need the police right away. We have a robbery. A car is dispatched. If a car is at a level 4 call, then they'll be pulled off of that. But here's the situation, and it's an excellent question, Counselor. What happens when you have in this community 2 or 3 of those at once?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
So exactly. So we can't. So that is where if you want to put it, our ability to respond to everything is poor because we don't have enough people on the road. That's why we need to hire 17 officers. So we have that breadth. So maybe in the downtown core that day, there is no call for service. Those officers will immediately be dispatched for that. So it's fluid, right? But in no way, shape, or form will we not respond to a violent call.
Yeah.
It's not like the
No,
officer.
I'm not suggesting that.
Maybe I'll have another burger. That's just not the case.
Right.
So I want that to be clear.
Right.
And it's based on a protocol that the comm center has all across this. Sorry, Constable Stevenson, you have to get to this call. There's a situation. Now, when we have more breadth in our staffing, right now, the average deep, we're putting out 6 to 8 officers a shift. There's actually 13 in the platoon, but for a variety of reasons, they're not coming to work.
Right.
And I can't help that.
Right.
So we need that breadth, and this is being experienced across Ontario. As you know, the presumptive legislation and leaves, you don't always have what you want on that shift. And we need that ability to be able to respond.
So another concern, and I'm sorry, I didn't ask you this in advance, but another concern that I hear a lot, and I've heard it, I think it's fair to say from within the police service and civilians, is I think you're responding a lot to mental health calls and things that maybe aren't necessarily police call or shouldn't be police calls. Is there any identified ways or any ways you've identified in this budget to try and reduce that or put it somewhere else, like a collaboration with social services, or is there any way that we can get those calls? And I mean, no disrespect in saying this, but properly dispatched.
Oh, that's a fair question. So we have the downtown ambassadors that we work with. I'm a strong supporter of that. Many times they're out, deal with people in crisis, and they deal with them before they have to have the police call, the ambulance, the fire, and the whole enchilada. We also have the MCERT that runs 7 days a week, days and afternoons, with a nurse in the cruiser. And that is the standard across this province, so that when those officers are extra trained to deal with mental health, as well as the nurses in the vehicles, and big positive cast out to the hospital that's worked really well with us. And it's a very successful program, because what happens in those situations, we can reduce the issues at the time. We don't have to have a violent situation, and they're taken to the hospital and dealt with. That saves thousands of dollars. And if I could, I would increase that in the service, but it's based on Ministry of Health funding, who has been very good to us to this point.
Okay, so we kind of, Councillor Vesualen talked about complement. So I'll skip that, but in your report, you identified the advantages to the police service having the body cams. And you cited that they would reduce legal costs. I know that's not the only issue for you, but can you highlight what Sault Ste. Marie Police Service is currently spending in legal costs and compare that to the costs that we would be spending on these cameras?
Yeah, sure. So on average, about 150,000 a year goes to defending legal costs. When you add in the number of person hours that we have in our professional standards bureau, we had 1 FTE there, obviously. A staff sergeant, we've added another sergeant because of the workload. There's another 200,000, so you're up to 350. When we go down that path and we look and see, okay, well, you know, it's costing us 600,000 over 10 years. Let me give you a little history lesson. Years ago, when we didn't have video cameras in interview rooms, the court said you must have video cams. It's the best evidence rule. This will apply to body cams. We got ahead of it. We got a good price. We got it extended over 10 years. We know that if we don't do it now, it'll be another 30% when we're the last one to join up. And then when the ministry or the courts mandate it, which I think is just around the corner, the price will double. So we're at the right place, right time to invest. I realize this is an expensive venture, but when you have this level of transparency, Counselor, the complaint comes in, pull the tape, that never happened, right?
Yeah,
And we're good.
for the purpose of the folks watching at home, people in the community, this would also benefit people in the community that think that
Absolutely.
perhaps they're not being treated fairly, right? It would mitigate
Absolutely.
all of those things.
It's very well known that you are being recorded, whether it's out of the cruiser, in the back seat, and on the member's chest.
Okay. So with the 17 officers that you plan to add to the downtown division, I was asking about dynamic patrols. And when I say that, I am wondering if we will increase dynamic patrols, like foot patrols, bike patrols, officers sort of interacting with folks in the downtown. Is that the plan to have?
So the plan is you wouldn't need dynamic patrols. You'll have FTEs doing it on regular pay. So the amount of money you're spending now, it is grant money, which has been expended now. You won't need to use that. You'll have actual FTEs coming to work on regular pay, doing their job. And I've mentioned to the mayor and to the board, this group will stay in the downtown core. They'll be on foot. They'll be on probably not motorcycles, but bicycles. And they'll be in cruisers, and they're going to get to know all the businesses in that downtown core. They'll be on a first name relationship basis. It's what we've wanted to do for a long time, to have a presence. They'll come there, they'll change, the vehicles will be in that lot, wherever we choose to put that building, and they'll stay there unless they're called out for another call to another area. But that will be their locus, and the job will be, you asked about community policing. Their job will be to get to know you as a business owner, get to know your staff, get to know people coming into the business, and you're going to see a police presence in the downtown core.
Okay. And I think that was the goal with having the satellite station at the mall. And has that shown the improvement that you have hoped? And if not, I don't know what effect that has on the budget, but perhaps that could be something that we're looking at if it's not having the effect that we.
Well, the lease was very reasonable.
Oh, good.
And way below market standard, but it was never intended to be a location where officers were dispatched from or changed. It was simply to get more officers in the downtown core to go in, do their paperwork, go in and have a coffee, meet people if they need to for interviews, and go out from there. It was never meant to be a division of sort.
Okay.
Right? And will it continue? Well, we probably won't need it when we have a proper facility in the downtown.
Okay. And then my last questions are concerning community policing, which you sort of touched on a little bit. I know you've given me a bunch of acronyms here that I've looked up a little bit, but it's okay.
I expect everybody to know my.
No. So when I refer to community policing, I'm hoping to see officers back in schools and back at, like, I want to say the NRC, but I know the NRC doesn't exist. Potentially the CRC, making these relationships. Can we expect that to happen again?
You can absolutely see relationships to continue and expand, because that will be their bailiwick. That, no pun intended. So we have the IMETs, integrated municipal enforcement teams, that go in and look at facilities with fire, with public health, with bylaw, that are clearly flop houses. And we want to get rid of them because of extreme risk to the city in terms of fire, they're extreme risk to public safety, to drug usage, etc. So that has been a very successful program. We have CEPTED, which is community policing, environmental design. Two of our people are well trained on it. Can go to your business and tell you, you need to put a fence up here, get more lighting here. That's all preventative part of community policing. We have the MCERTs that I talked about, which is nurses in the car to deal with health situations. We have dynamic patrol. We would respond to areas of high risk community over the last 8 months. We have the community mobilization unit. We have bike patrols, and all of those things are different initiatives to have a different connection with the public in terms of how they're presented in the mobility. We should get there. But your real question is community policing. Community policing is that I know Angela Caputo and her business. Constable Stevenson knows you. He knows when you come to work, when you leave. He knows what your business profile is. He knows what your needs are. And you're going to see him or her a lot more with this program. And that's why we're going ahead with this downtown.
If I could just, I appreciate that answer, and I hope that we do see that. I think it is something, and again, no offense to the police service, but I think it is something that we are lacking currently. But I would just like to go out and say, when I was in high school, I remember Constable Brett Barnes. I'm pretty sure that's his name. I haven't seen him in years, but maybe one of you can give me a nod that I'm correct. Okay. And he was Brent Ralph. Okay. Sorry.
Alfie.
There we go.
Alfie. Yeah.
I remember what he looks like. I remember seeing him in our schools all the time. And he was never like a scary private presence for kids. That is what I want to start seeing. I want to start seeing folks that are struggling, potentially homeless folks, not being scared of police. I think right now, that is a major issue that I would like to identify. And I hope that we can overcome. I don't know how this budget reaches that or helps with, like, necessarily helps with that. But that, I think, is how we're going to get to where you and I both want to be, a safer and more accessible police service.
So right now, and it's a fair question, but right now you have officers that usually don't get their lunch because they're call to call to call, because we don't have enough FTEs to do what we want in the city. You need that buffer zone. So yes, you're going to have days through the week that you're not going to have the calls for service that demand the officers, and they can do that. They can get out of that car. They can walk down the street. They can deal with that homeless person. They can provide options. And that's what we want to be at. But folks, we haven't had bodies in this service since 1998, and your community has changed. It's not Mayberry. It's much different. We're doing everything we can in terms of the poison that's being brought into this community, right? In terms of cameras at each other end of the city. We've had the largest drug bust in the history of the city by taking that poison off the street. We have a number of initiatives in the next couple of years that are going to be technologically advanced in terms of identifying people that come into this city and putting sources on them right away. But for now, I can tell you, I totally agree with your approach, but the more officers in the downtown core will give us that ability and that buffer to be more to everyone.
I appreciate your responses, and I will, those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I just want to say first, Chief, I want to say thank you to you and your team here and also back at the office and those that are home. We know you had a very difficult year. So thank you for working overtime, the extra efforts to make us safe. It was not an easy year.
Thank you. And I acknowledge that. Appreciate that.
My first question is to basically just work off of Councillor Caputo's thoughts about community policing. I agree with what Councillor Caputo is saying. Her points are well taken. Can you comment on the James Street area? I believe you try at the present moment, even though you don't have a lot of FTEs, I believe at this moment you try to reach out to those that are challenged, and you try to get to know them, and you provide food. And I believe you're trying to create a relationship already.
I can unequivocally tell you, Councillor, it's an excellent question, that the officers that work for us know people in the downtown core. These are not new people. They're people who are struggling with mental health, long-term addiction, long criminal records. I guarantee you our officers know their name, know where they've been, and know what they need. And I can't produce evidence to you on that respect, but I can guarantee you those members know these people. We have dealt with them multiple times. And if I may, Bill C-75 has to be adjusted. You can't have people on the street with 28 criminal charges walking around on bail. That is ridiculous. That, Sonny, never happened 15, 20 years ago. But today it does, and it's called R versus Antic in the Supreme Court of Canada, and it needs to be dealt with. What are we doing to these people? We're not helping them when we give them a release form back on the street after a property offense. It's not helping them. They're not getting serviced. I can tell you the first day that Ross's office opened up, the old Sioux Star building, it was filled by 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Couldn't get people in. 4 p.m. So what we need is a concerted effort in this city to deal with these three factors. Policing's not the solution, the only solution. It's long-term mental health and drug addiction that's supported, and I'm sure if my friend Mike Nadeau was here, he'd support me. It can't be just this. It's gotta be 3 phases where they're supported and they're given a job. And we'll pull ourselves out of that if we can find those resources provincially and federally, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I know that you do have a good relationship with Canadian Mental Health, Annette.
Yep.
I know you have a very good relationship with DSAB, and all three of you, all three groups are working closely together. I also want to just support what you're saying, that policing has changed. I just want to take a quick moment to make a comment. I dove into Stats Canada. Stats Canada states police services answered in 2022 11.9 million calls, or an average of 1,356 calls for service per hour. Municipal police services, according to Stats Canada, handle 6 in 10. In other words, 61% municipal. So this problem is not just here in the city of Sault Ste. Marie.
Oh, no.
It's across Canada. It's across Ontario. In other words, I believe in supporting our police department. Make sure that you have the right tools. I believe that you are trying your best to keep the community safe. And I believe that there has to be some changes to the bills at the federal level. For now, I just want to emphasize that police operating expenditures in current dollars have risen 12% in 2021, 2022 from 2021 across Canada. The total operating expenditures for all police services in 2021, 2022 were 18.5 billion in Canada. So I'm glad that you outlined all your other local municipalities, Sudbury, North Bay, and so forth. I support your budget and thank you for what you're doing.
If I may, I do appreciate the support of the board, chair, and the board members that are here and council this last fall.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Stevenson, for making the time to be here. And I'd also like to recognize and thank the members of your senior leadership team and Mr. Bruno, who took the time to come today. Thank you guys very much. So, Chief, just reviewing some of your numbers here from your comments as well and the numbers, it seems very clear that you have a significant staffing issue within your force. You are asking for 4 new officers this year, 4 last year, with more to come in the years to come. So I was seeing here that if my math is correct, there's close to 20% of officers that are currently on leave or accommodated work. So that's probably somewhere around 25 to 30 officers at this time.
Well, out of 146, we would have portion of that on WSP and other type of leaves. I'm very careful how I speak about the leave, as I don't obviously identify people based on health issues.
For sure.
But I will tell you, sir, and it's a good question. We are probably one of the most efficient services in Ontario in the number of people that are off at any one time. I can tell you a number of large services, 1 in 4 is off. I can tell you of a municipal service I spoke with the other day is 1 in 3 off. And that's coupled with other large services taking their members with incentives, which means they're double jammed to get drift. So we are very fortunate on our numbers right now. We do everything we can to try and get members back to be healthy. And we've been quite successful in that. However, tomorrow is another day. You're familiar with the presumptive legislation for emergency workers. They basically, when they have too much, they come in with a doctor or not, and they're on leave. And there's nothing management can do other than work with WSIB and their mental health provider in trying to get them back to work as soon as we can. I don't know if that answered your question. Other than that, we're doing better than everybody else.
You did anticipate some of what my question was going to be, but what my question was is, does the board or management have a multi-year strategy and the human resources investments that they need to help ensure that that number doesn't grow, or to help, like you said, drive that down?
Excellent question. We have resilience built right into our hiring criteria. So no one gets hired unless it goes through our psychologist who looks specifically for resiliency, which means that you can have a bad occurrence, much like we had this fall. You're going to be off to get your life settled, but you're going to be back to work in 5 or 6 months. And we were probably one of the first in the province to start to do that. I'll also tell you, we have resiliency testing when it comes to undercover roles that are incredibly challenging, so that we know the right personality is being put into it before they go in. We test them partway through, and we test at the end. This is all based on a case out of Toronto Police many years ago, R versus Kelly, where the allegation was the employer didn't take care, and all services have adjusted now to make sure that we try to be as healthy in a very difficult role that we can be.
Does the Sault Ste. Marie Police Services Board track the number of cases that do end up being challenged?
I would say that I would report on the number, a variety of strategies that I use for them to come back, but I do not identify them in any way.
No, not identifying any information, just to track at the number.
Yeah, the numbers,
of
certainly.
cases and
Absolutely.
stuff like that. I guess what I'm just looking at is trying to understand if as we're looking to hire more officers, are we properly resourcing the means to ensure that officers who are on leave or on modified or not accommodated, that we're doing everything we can to ensure.
Yes, so this
those
type of
officers are
leave, if
returned to
you're
active
referring to WSIB, this type of leave is monitored by our HR boss, as WSIB have return to work specialists, as well as case file managers, as well as a psychologist, local or otherwise, with definitely on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. And I do get a report on where that individual is in their recovery.
Okay, thanks. My other question was related to, I was glad you brought up the Greater Sudbury Police Services increase, as that 14.3% number that you mentioned, that's built in over 2 years, right? So
I just Googled it, to be honest with you.
yeah, no, it's all good. It gets at a larger point that I think is really valuable for the community, and I think would definitely help me understand where we're going as a police service. And so my question for you or for the board is has the board considered producing like a multi-year either operational budget or higher level strategic direction to share with the community to help us understand the full picture of what we're looking at for the Sault Ste. Marie Police Service?
So in
I
fairness,
feel like I'm getting it in bits and pieces, right?
yeah, no,
We've
that's
talked
fair.
a little bit about the building.
We're
It's
talking about
adjacent.
now.
We're talking a bit about downtown.
But we've
We've got
bring
17
that to the
officers
board,
that you're
Counselor.
talking to us about, right? So we've got 4 coming in this year. Presumably, we've got 13 coming in the years to come. If we're talking about building out a division that's going to last multiple years, it would be really nice to see just a little bit more of a fleshed out budget and forecast and strategic direction for those investments.
So the board did do that in terms of, I needed 21 officers for 17, and we do have over the next 3 years, we're hiring 7 each year to address that issue in the downtown. I've had discussions with His Worship, many of you, and the issue is, we know we can't do it in 1 year. That's why we're expanding over 3, or it might be 4, depending on our budget. So that is the long-term strategic view in terms of FTE allocation. In terms of buildings, we've been very clear. We want to have a downtown core. We're in the process of acquiring that type of facility. So, I mean, we have done that projection at least over 3 or 4 years in terms of FTE complement.
So what's the total cost? I just don't know.
So the total cost over the 3 years,
Over the 3 or 4 years that we're talking
Just-
about,
just
what's the
on the
total
FTE.
operation? Yeah,
just on the FTE, which is 90% of your budget, Let me just, pull this one right off the top of my sheet here. So for the total of 17 and capital, we're looking at 3.6 million over the 3 years. For downtown core, the 17 and the fiscal.
Okay, and does the 17 include the civilian support staff?
No, there are another 458.
And is that just the four for evidence collection, or does it also include the other
So it's
four for 911?
It's four for the dispatch center. So right now we have 12. And the reason we have 12 is we have the dispatcher is also call taker. And what we're getting now is too much volume of call for them to do it in their own head. So if we hire another four to that 12, we'll have 16, and we can have a chunk that does intake and a chunk that does dispatch, which is standard in the province. The four on the SERB, we're planning down the road for digital evidence management. Inspector Freeman has looked into it, and services just bought the cameras and didn't go ahead with the redaction unit. The cameras are sitting in the closet because it has to have the appropriate support mechanism before you get the camera. So we won't see cameras until probably summer or fall, but before that, we'll have the redaction unit up. So we are doing it very methodically. We're looking 3 or 4 years down the road. We know that's an investment this year, but that'll carry us through the next 5.
I appreciate your answer, Chief. I hope I don't come across in the wrong way. I'm not necessarily suggesting that you're not considering it. I'm just saying that if I had there's a lot of moving parts here, and if I had a document or a business case that fleshed some of this out over a multi-year period,
we could certainly provide.
I would have an easier time understanding it.
That's fair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions aren't going to be quite about police officers so much as about some of the software. But I do have one quick question. That 17 officers that you're looking to hire, I'm assuming that would take into account any officers that may be returning from various leaves, correct?
The officers returning from leave would all be counted for in your base complement.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is in addition to, right? Perfect. Okay, so most of my questions are going to be around this Axon subscription. I think it's a subscription, right? Is that what it would be?
Yeah, so we were fortunate in our relationships to stand the total cost of, I believe, years to 600,000 a year. They're happy to do it, no interest. We get the best of the best. That includes our tasers, our taser upgrades. It's basically getting the Cadillac version at a great price. If we waited, it would be more. And we know that, as I mentioned before, tasers are a part of the future of policing.
So in regards to that, I'm assuming there's a large back end here, right? Videos, data, all that takes a lot of storage. I think it mentioned somewhere in the report that it's cloud storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's all handled by Axon, I assume?
Absolutely.
And is
it's
there
actually the DEMS project that was funded by the Ontario government? So they gave us grants for that, which we participated in, and that's why we needed to act now when grants were available.
Is there a limit on the storage amount, or are subscriptions basically unlimited?
It'll all work. That's the thing I can tell you.
And I know, I'm sorry, these questions are just stuff I'm curious about, because I know how that goes. It might just include certain amount of storage. We hit that in no time.
We're a high data producing issue.
Absolutely.
So when we pull the tapes, obviously it's video, it's high end data, and we've been given no issue whatsoever that would be a problem.
Perfect. I'm not going to ask you any questions about downtimes or backups. Who handles all of the categorizing and archiving of that? So I'm assuming, would we have police officers? So is there going to be some sort of categorization of the videos and stuff?
So the DEMS clerks will be trained by other people who have gone before them. There's courses, and how it's stored and what it's done is that it's that specialty. And that's why you need it in advance before getting the software and hardware. You have to have the unit set up, otherwise, well, it'll flop.
And those are civilian FTEs, I'm assuming.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
perfect. And then I do have a question not on the software, and this may be for you, Chief, or for CEO White. And I asked this last year, I think. Have we found any, or have we come to the determination of any of these synergies for cost savings that we discussed for the past several years between the city and police services?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, we are in the midst of shared services review by KMG. Right now, they're working with both the police services and city staff, and expect to have a report on what they found and what opportunities there are in January.
Okay, so then this budget would not include that.
It would, opportunities will be identified, but the implementation of opportunities would have a much longer time frame. So really, if there were financial adjustments, you'd be looking at the 2025 budget.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Those are all my questions. I just want to say thank you to all the police service members that showed up. You guys are doing a great job with what you've got, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question, we talked about body worn cameras and saving the cost for public complaints, whatnot. I didn't hear any conversation around court matters. Criminal court matters for body worn cameras. What's the use and what's the projected cost savings around that?
It's the best evidence rule. And so you may end up with less court and more guilty pleas simply because the evidence tape in a criminal charge. And it certainly is an excellent point, Sonny.
Do we have an estimate on roughly what we pay a year in fees for officers to go to court, and roughly how much this would mitigate?
We do have an estimate on what court costs are, but we can look into other services and email council on how much savings are there. I don't have that at the flip.
Do you know roughly how much court costs are a year?
No. Yeah. About 80,000.
Sorry, and I guess for the record, that's to Miss Davy, sorry. 80,000 just wages? Okay. So even if it's 50%, you'd save 40,000? Sure. Yep. Okay. Second question I did have was around northern comparators. So right now, if you look at our budget, roughly speaking, between I think it's 33.8 is this year's budget. And if you look at that and break it down between individuals in our community, you're looking at approximately $450-ish per person as a cost of policing. Do you know how that compares to the rest of our northern comparators, Thunder Bay, Sudbury, North Bay, Timmins?
So when we measure policing, and I spent half a career in the OPP measuring the cost, that's one parameter, and it's not necessarily reflective of workload. It's simply the number of officers you have in your budget. That is one way to look at it, but you have to look at what we're faced with is basically 100% increase in 911 calls, an 80% increase in violent crime. And each one of those causes more members to attach to a single occurrence. So I can tell you, and I had that presented many times, say, well, service, you're pretty good because that parameter makes us higher than everybody else. And I said, because the occurrence workload isn't adjusted in that. You have to look at occurrences. You have to look at how much availability officers have. And your best key, and you may remember this, when you don't get your lunch for 2 months, that's telling you that you don't have enough officers to do your job. When you can't get people come in on overtime to do a shift because they're beat, you're running a police service on overtime, which does not last over time.
Okay, I can appreciate that. Can you tell me how we compare to other Northern Ontario comparators?
Sonny, I can't answer that if you don't tell me in advance. I can just pull that off my head. I can get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And so just if we can know basically our cost of policing with our Northern Ontario competitors, the four that we normally compare with. That would be very helpful to know if we're at least on par, or if perhaps if the increases are consistent across our Northern Ontario competitors, or at least not competitors, sorry, comparators, and or at least if the cost is the same amongst our Northern Ontario comparators. I did have a question for Mr. CEO regarding the complementary services, and I will ask, that report, I think you said was January?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible at some point in time, they may, in the interim, provide some kind of idea of potential future complementary services, so that we may look at that in the budget and determine whether or not that needs to be a permanent add or if it's a temporary add to the budget?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, are you asking whether there's elements in the police budget that
Right. So if this report is coming back in January, and of course it may change this budget, depending on what that report says, if there's complementary services that may be shared with the city, would they be sharing something early that could allow us to look at this budget and say there's certain pieces of this budget that may not be permanent? May or may not. I don't know the answer to that. Or would it be better to wait for the final report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, it's best to wait for the final report.
Perfect. Thank you for that. The only other question I had, Chief, I think you mentioned 17 potential retirees this year. So the only, and of course, rushing to fill those positions this year. The only concern I have is if that plan is sufficient. So if we're rushing this year to fill positions for retirees and we're looking to fill additional positions, should we be looking farther 5, 6, 7, 10 years into the future and saying, no, this isn't sufficient. It's actually 20 or 40 or 50. I don't want us to be back 5 years saying,
I love
oh,
to
geez,
have that crystal ball to go more than 5. However, based on the evidence we have at this point, we'll have 17 that can go up until the end of 24. We have 1 additional in 25, and then I think we have 12 going in 26. So we will be hiring not only to meet our complement, but to get our downtown division up and running as well. And as I said, and it's an excellent question, Sonny, it's fluid, as we discussed before, because they may realize across the province that, listen, we can't meet just regular staffing across services, the smaller ones, and they're going to have to open up something to let us have those people. So this could change by March or by summer, and we'll have more officers and we can hire more and we'll start to meet those targets. I think, the board has been pretty good to me. If I have 17 retiring, they've always said, well, Chief, at least hire half of those, because they may not all go either, right? And you don't know that either. So hiring at least half, because it takes 18 months to get an officer ready to rock and roll. So we're trying to do it in advance as much as we can. And the board and yourself have been quite good to us in that respect.
So the numbers might not be 17. It might be, it could be up to 38. It could be 20.
Could.
Right.
We expect usually maybe 8, but given the difficulties associated with policing today, I suspect it'll be higher.
So I just want to make sure I got the numbers right. So 17 could retire. That's a high number, a high end number. And then you want 17 more for downtown, plus 4 more. So 42.
That's right.
Okay. And how many years is that attainable over to hire 42, hire and train 42?
Over the 3 was our original. So 3 divided by 4, 42 divided by 3, carry the 1. What we got?
15.
So 13 we can handle. So if we get 12 to 16 a year, we can easily do that. But again, it's a moving target.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's on the high end. It may be less depending on how many retirees happen. Okay. So projecting that out, that's this year only. That's only this year. So projecting that over 5 years, is 42 the number, or is it 82?
But I told you, yeah.
So it could be more.
No, there's only so many that can retire. So there's 17
this year, right?
At the end of 24, there's 1 in 25, and there's about 12 in 26.
Okay, so 26 is the next big one. Okay.
Gives you your 40 some.
Okay.
Divided by 3 is about 12 or 13.
Okay. Perfect. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First, Chief, thanks for answering my question this afternoon. I appreciate it. I know you're busy, and thanks for coming down tonight. I had a couple of questions. Most of them, though, they both have been answered. But some came up as you were answering some different questions. So one thing I want to acknowledge is your how you spoke of technology and how vital it is, and how hopefully it will help eventually reduce some costs. So that's always something for us to look forward to. You also mentioned that there's been 100% increase in 911 calls over last year, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard that.
100% over the past 5 years.
Over 5 years, okay. So 100% more than 5 years ago?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Now, I'm not an expert on policing by any means, obviously, but I have some questions about how the community is policed currently in terms of how is the community like divided in terms of patrols, if you will, currently?
So all police services will have a location for that member to be associated to. So right now we have 4 zones, and they're usually populated by the percentage of calls that occur there. So maybe in zone 2, which is your downtown core, you're going to have a few more officers. But really, that's just for our administrative purposes. When calls come across, any officer available is dispatched, or any officer on a less serious call is dispatched. So the zones really aren't a where the member goes zonal her entire shift. It's just a matter of they'll be there, but if there's other calls for service, they're gone. And when you're approximately 20% under in FTEs, really it's a minuscule issue because you're simply going for calls to calls to calls. You're not getting that opportunity, as Councillor Caputo mentioned, to have that opportunity to sit down and talk to people and meet people and find their concerns.
Perfect. So, okay, currently then, there are 4 zones, is that what you're saying? So based upon the number of calls, regardless of how they're responding, or where they're responding to, there should be more police personnel associated with the most call zone, which you've identified currently is the downtown, right?
Yes, it would be pretty.
As of right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that has been a standard practice because that's just how policing works, yeah?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So all services will break their jurisdictions down into based on a variety of issues, population shift, business.
Right.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you said, I think it was about 18% who are off for different reasons, which presents a significant challenge to you, which I get. You talked about dispatch, right? And dispatching officers. I'm trying to understand personally, when it comes to dispatching officers from, say, downtown, right? As we evolve to what you're looking to establish.
Yep.
What is the necessity for having their own dispatch? Just because I don't fully understand.
Well, that's a fair question. So we have received a lot of requests saying, Chief, the downtown core is safe. Chief, we see people that are walking diagonally across that are out of it with mental health and long-term mental and addiction. So what we're trying to do is put enough resources into our downtown core, as well as give us a buffer to deal with other calls for service. But we want to restore the sense of safety in the downtown core. And to do that, we're going to see a lot of officers. You're going to see them on the streets, as I mentioned, meeting with business owners, interacting with the public. If someone's in crisis, we can get them services. That's the point of it, because we received a lot of interest in saying you need to establish more of a presence in downtown.
hence they require their own
More off-
dispatch service?
Well, the dispatch service is separate from that simply because the calls for service and the volume that's come in, if you think about it, if you were the dispatcher today and I called and said, I've had a serious situation in my household, this person's bleeding, this person's bleeding, I got another issue coming in here, I have video evidence for you to send in now with NG 911. You take that information in the same, you have to but they're still talking to you. So what happens a lot of times is call person, the complainant is like, you cut me off. No, we're dispatching the call. It doesn't work when volume gets to the point where it is today. So if we separate it, where this is your job to take the call, you hit the button, it goes across to the dispatcher, and you have that synergy, but it's not the same person. And to be blunt, one of the biggest crisis we have right now, and I know Adrian's here that manages this, is these people are burning out because they can't take that load. We have to separate it and make it normalized like it is across the province. 10 years ago, this model worked great. 10 years ago, we had people doing those things like Ralphie. Today, they don't exist because they're doing 911 calls for service.
Thanks. Which kind of leads to my next question. In terms of explaining to the community, because I know you're recruiting for a couple of these positions or some of these types of positions. Could you explain, and I'll tell you where I'm going with this after, but when it comes to special constables or auxiliary constables, what sorts of things are they doing to assist your service?
So that's a great question. So special constables are managed by the collective agreement. There are certain things that they're allowed to do versus not allowed to do based on their training and the collective agreement. So the best way to put it would be your court security is an example of where basically they're providing security. They're bringing prisoners up to the courtroom and down. They're checking you as you come in for weapons, and they are that security service in your courthouse. They're also doing ident type roles where they're going to crime scenes and collecting evidence. There's special constables in a specific role. There's also some that watch prisoners in the station for us. We've just had, we have a great relationship with the association that allows us to have them do more than they did before based on changes to the Police Service Act this spring. So we'll try to expand their role, but that's basically what they do. They're non-police roles.
Sure. Yeah. And they kind of probably really help out or could help out with community policing to a degree.
Yes. Yes. In terms of, we'll have them accompany the officer on the bicycle patrol. So we have two people on the bicycle. They're interacting with the public. But I am bound by the collective agreement in terms of how many of those I compare based on the number of full-time officers.
And then auxiliary constables, are those people who are training to be police officers?
So auxiliaries is a volunteer service. Ben just started up a whole new unit. I think we have a graduation next week. And they are volunteers who put in 10 hours into the service. They're trained to do things like Santa Claus parade, where they'll stand at a barrier, that type of thing. They'll go out on the road with us. All those additional things, always with a police officer.
Great. So just getting down to brass tacks here. With your 9.8% increase over the 2023 budget, which was revised before we got here tonight from your initial ask, could you just reiterate to me and to the public what the ask is? Total, how many tens of millions of dollars?
Well, it's 9.8, which turns out to be.
No, I'm interested in what the total budget will be for the Sault Ste. Marie Police Service in 2024.
So bear with me, good sir.
Sure.
37.7 million.
37.7 million.
At the 9.8 increase.
And before that, what was it? You recall?
34.3.
34.3. That was in 2023. Okay. So I appreciate everything that you guys are doing for us. And we use the term crisis often. Sometimes I think maybe too often, but I will say that I believe there is a bit of a crisis as it relates to policing. And I think it's multifaceted. One is the workload, as you mentioned, and people and individuals being burnt out by it. There's also seems to be a crisis. I don't know if I'd use the term crisis, but a significant challenge to police services of people and individuals not being able to work for whatever reason that may be.
So that crisis, that third one you're referring to is based on reverse onus presumptive legislation.
Sure. I don't care what it's based on. I'm just
Well,
telling you
no,
that
it's litigation, it's law, right? It's brought in by the Liberal government, the provincial Liberals. So yes, you're right. But I guess, sir, in comparative terms, we're better than most.
which is awesome. And I am by no means saying that this is an issue unto Sault Ste. Marie by any means. Okay, I want to recognize that.
Yeah.
What also isn't specific to Sault Ste. Marie is the unsustainable cost of policing. And $37.7 million is a tremendous amount of resources for a community our size, which I think in some form or fashion, my colleagues were trying to articulate, which I think you would concur with, right? I think you appreciate that. So, we'll see how this goes moving forward. But I really think that everybody who's in a position of influence as it relates to governments across this province and or this country have to be clear on the significant crisis as it relates to financial resources and the ability for municipalities, small and medium and large, to be able to continue to maintain their police service. I don't know what the answer is. I think you'd probably agree with me that something else has to happen. Whether it's some of the ideas that Councillor Spina mentioned or Councillor Caputo mentioned, kind of more broadly. But I don't know moving forward how communities are going to be able to continue to pay for an ever increasing cost. And I will point out that it's probably likely, despite our best efforts, which you kind of mentioned, you'll probably run into a situation where you're over budget in 2024. Even though you're asking for 37.7 million, by no fault of your own.
Oh, I'm good.
Right? By no fault of your own. I'm just trying to articulate to the community at large the challenges we have and where the challenges result from, and moving forward, how these challenges are only going to continue. And I'm sorry that you and your senior team have to deal with this situation. It's not going to be alleviate anytime soon as I see it, without a whole kind of rework as to how we police and accommodate and care for the people that all of the different facets of society have to. And I appreciate you coming in because you took a lot of questions and you answered them honestly and you took the time for all of us. And thanks. I got nothing else.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'll be very brief. I appreciate your macro approach to the issue. If I may, a lot of things are placed on municipal policing from provincial legislation. So, Association Municipalities of Ontario, OAPSPs, PBs, Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, they're all arguing for change. And the system of funding policing, I've been in this 37 years, is broken. Because you have a provincial government that says, here's presumptive legislation. These 10 people are off. You pay the 130% per member. That's ridiculous. So there's a number of avenues, in fairness to your question, that requires lobbying on part of municipalities to say, hey, province, you give us this legislation, you pay the bill, right? And they'll say, but under the Police Services Act, it's Bruno that's supposed to pay it. That's ridiculous. You gave it to us, So you have to pay the consequences of that. You can apply that to the mental health. You can apply it to long-term drug addiction. But I want to say one thing. Every violent crime we've had this year has something to do with the poison coming into this community. There's an angle of poison in every one of these calls that involves violence and guns and death that is very devastating to this community. And if we're going to have a concerted effort, we have to look at it, as you propose, as a macro issue, because the cost of policing for the last 20 years of my career in the OPP and here has really went up, but so has DSAT. They all have went up in dealing with this crisis, and you have the perfect storm, right? You had COVID, you had fentanyl, you had long-term drug addiction, and you had mental health. And they all came together at once, and we have to manage it. But if I could say, in this community, Peter and I, an ambulance, social services are responding 4, 5, or 25 times to the same individual. That is ridiculous. And that is what's unaffordable in our community. And if we could get a hold of that chunk, the frequent flyers, we'd be much better off financially. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also think, and I hope you'd concur, that if there was more severe and direct consequence for people who bring fentanyl of certain amounts into our community and into our province, that would probably be a good way to go too. Thanks.
Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Stevenson. One brief question regarding the officers that are going to be hired for the Queen Street. 4 now, and then hopefully another 12 in the future. These officers will not only will not be working strictly on Queen Street. Are we going to use them elsewhere in other hotspots that we have in our city?
Absolutely. So the way I see it is the officers will come to a downtown division, will park their personal car, their cruiser will be there. They'll do their best, maintain the zone 2, but they'll easily spread out from that when the need is there. So I know people have said, well, you're making zone 2 the most important. What about the rest of the city? And you voiced your concern about that at the board. So they are pliable. But at this point, you know, what I wanted to drive home is when the officers go to that community and they're there, the cruisers are there, the activity is there, we are seen by your cousins, your brothers, and your sisters. And they're going to feel a sense of safety. I know they will, because right now there's not enough bodies to do that. And that's what I'm trying to do. So thank you for your question, sir.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Zagordo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Stevenson, for coming this evening. Just a quick question, because I'm just trying to connect a few dots for myself. So for the longest time, we've heard, and it's an obvious thing, that we need increased police presence in our downtown core. I'm just trying to bridge that gap to where we're now hiring 17 officers in an entire downtown division with its own dispatch.
No, not with his own dispatch. It's all dispatch from the one center. That's just where they come, get their car, get briefed, and go out and take their calls of service from one spot.
But it is 17 new hires.
Yes, love compliment.
So is it possible? And again, I'm all about safety. Our community is all about safety. We want to ensure that downtown core is safe. Is it possible that going from an increased police presence, which we all want, to the 17 new officers in a brand new division, maybe a little bit more, but not more than we really need to? Like, how did we end up from increased police presence to an entire division, 17 new officers?
So to run 24-hour shifts, you need 4 sets of 4, given leaves, etc. So that's where the 16 came from. And the one addition is the supervisor being the staff sergeant. So we committed to the board, we were going to have a downtown. And to do that, we weren't going to do 3 or 8 or 9. You need a full complement of 4 to run 4 shifts, right? 3 or 2 in the day, that's the way it works out. So that's where that number came. And, you know, I can sit here and tell you, well, maybe we should have had 8. Well, you're not going to have coverage. You need to have coverage to be able to say to your community members, you're going to have people there every day. Right? So it'll be 4 in a shift and a staff. And that manages the 24-hour service. So to your question, that's where that number came from. You can't go less because then you can't accomplish what you want to in the downtown core. Hopefully I answered your question.
Thanks, Chief.
Over 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Multipliers of 3, I suppose. I do have just a couple of brief questions because all the other possible questions have been asked. We fund downtown security currently, and I realize funded as a municipality, and there's question as to whether or not we'll be able to continue funding it in 2024. If your intention is to add a downtown police presence, permanent police presence, as you hire more individuals, when do you expect to be able to have that presence actually established in the downtown?
So there's members, there's 4 at Police College right now. Another 1 on shift. Certainly by spring, we'll have an increase in complement. I have 4 going to OPC in December. Just to give you the fluidity of it, they said, Chief, you might get 2 more. So we have 2 ready to go if we have to. The next class, it might be more, it might be less. I have approximately 8 to 10 additional officers. That's 2 per platoon. That'll assist us in giving that visibility in the spring. But to say January, sir, I couldn't do that because obviously they're not hired and they're not trained.
Right, understandable. And once you had talked about an 18-month training period, but is OPC at the end of that process?
They're back from OPC in 10 weeks. So they're on the road. So we have doubled up cars there. But to be totally functional on their own is usually.
But they're active officers.
Absolutely. Yeah. So they're on the road. They're not sitting in the division or.
Thank you. And then would you be able to provide to us, probably through the finance department, what your budget increase would look like if it were spread over 4 years instead of 3?
Yes, I could.
Okay. I think the sentiment generally is we understand the increased calls for service, demands greater capacity to respond to those calls. DSAB last year or the year before had to add an entire ambulance division because of the increased calls there. You've gotten increased calls, which requires the addition. The question for us, as we'll have to weigh this consideration against that consideration against every other consideration that's been sitting in the gallery here for many hours, is how do we do it in a way that isn't going to tax Mr. Smith or Mr. Kaiko in the West End that need to be able to pay their tax bill. So I don't think there is any sense here that it's not a difficult time for your service and that it's not a time where you are in need of additional capacity. It's just a matter of how we best balance that against other considerations. So if you could provide that through our finance department, that would be something for us to chew on at the council meeting at the budget deliberations in 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your services time tonight.
So under local boards, under agenda item 7.2, the Public Library Board, Matthew McDonald, the Chief Executive Officer, is in attendance.
Mr. McDonald, if you could keep your presentation to 3 minutes. Oh,
Steve is a hard guy to follow.
I don't even remember if it was 2 or 3 minutes at this point. We're going to give you 2.5.
Really looking for the presentation, but I think I can start without it.
We've got it in front of us, so you're welcome to start at your earliest convenience.
2 minutes isn't a whole lot of time, so I thought this was the best way to illustrate that we need the requests that we're asking for. So I'm going to read to you some statements and excerpts from an October 18th incident report. He got up, picked up a table and slammed it down, narrowly missed my foot. In a heated tone, he accused me of murdering people and that he has seen me do it. I tried to mention the rules of conduct, but he kept cutting me off and saying about harassment was in the books. From a library staff member, when I think of the library, I think of it being a safe and welcoming place for our community. The staff, including myself, work so hard to ensure this is how the community feels when they walk through the doors. Lately, that is almost impossible as none of us, including patrons, feel safe. A typical description of what staff often have to deal with. I've been involved in calling emergency personnel for drug overdoses in the downstairs washrooms, watched as coworkers have been verbally assaulted or physically threatened, and managers who are continuously being pulled away from their duties to assist with wellness checks, destruction of property, or disruptive behavior. From a November 8th incident report, when staff arrived to work, someone was outside, dropped her pants and urinated against the cement wall. They continued and sat down at the staff emergency exit. They ate food, smoked cigarettes, and then brought out tinfoil, hypodermic needles, spoons, lighters, and pipes. One smoked the substance off of the tinfoil. From a staff member on safety entering and exiting the building, due to the changing nature of the downtown and increase of library visitors with mental health struggles or under the influence of drugs or alcohol, I feel anxious leaving work on my night shift and even sometimes when arriving work in the morning. From a former staff member, the patron was completely out of control. Needless to say, my niece, her 2 boys, husband, have never or never will return to the library. The library has lost 4 patrons that we know of. How many more just leave and never return when similar things happen? We need to provide a safer library experience for our community. And finally, this staff member asks, if parents stop bringing their children to the library, what future readers will we have? So our budget requests are not something that the board and staff want. We feel it's something that we need.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Questions of council? Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Thank you for your examples and honesty. I really respect what you just said, so thank you. I believe that your whole team's with you tonight. I believe that you closed the library so that your team can be with you. Is that correct?
No, we actually closed the library today for a staff development day. We believe in putting resources into our staff to help them serve the community. And so it just happened to fall on an evening that we were going to be here as well.
Okay.
I did invite the staff to join me today for this presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you to you and your whole team for what you're doing. And libraries have changed. Yes, it's reading, but look at all the other activities you provide. And so thank you. I just want to say support what you're saying, that you want more security. And it kind of just reinforces that we need security everywhere downtown. And yes, I support you. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. McDonald, can you review your staff policies that you have when dealing with issues, say like with a person who may be homeless or struggling who is outside of the library? More specifically, you had outlined a situation where library staff went outside to wake a sleeping homeless person, and which resulted in a bad situation?
Is that experience, yes. We have a number of procedures to deal with various things that may or may not happen in the library. And one of them is we've been experiencing quite a number of people who are experiencing homelessness coming to the library. Just the way the Centennial Library is built, it's very inviting for people to go and sleep under. And we had a previous policy which had staff go out, and we recognized after that event that that was putting our staff at risk. And so I've been in contact with DSEP Social Services, and we've now changed that procedure. Staff are no longer going out. What we're doing is we're contacting social services, asking them to come out if they can. We have their hours of operation, and then when they're not open, we're next moving on to the Downtown Ambassador program. And so we're moving from social workers to the Downtown Ambassador program, hoping that they'll be able to come and provide them with information and help them reach the resources that they need. Following that, because they're only open certain hours as well, our final step is to contact police services and have them come out to address the issue, because it is a safety issue as well for our staff. When someone's sleeping underneath the eaves, a number of staff feel very uncomfortable that they may encounter something on their ways to the cars. And that's where we're kind of at with that right now. But we have made a change.
Yeah, so I think part of what is happening right now is that homelessness is sort of new to our community. I won't say brand new. We've been dealing with it for a couple of years. And I think that there is some type of fear that folks are having. I think there is, people don't know how to deal with folks that are struggling. And it is not the job of someone in the library to do so. But I think that before we spend, a couple $100,000 on security, that perhaps we could try having staff trained in dealing with these situations. And in the event that there is somebody outside and a staff member is made to feel uncomfortable, perhaps there is a security system or security company that they can call. I think that if you want to maintain the friendly environment that you're speaking about at the library, having 24/7 security, 24/7, just, the amount of time you're open, defeats that a little bit. So I would like to see if there is some type of training that your staff can have to maybe mitigate some of this, because in the nicest way, I think sometimes it is being caused by like maybe a bad policy being in place. I'm sorry,
That's okay. And we create these policies to deal with new situations, and we learn from them. So when we have a bad experience, take that as a learning opportunity to make a better procedure following that. In response to your part on the education point, we have provided staff homelessness training through a trainer named Ryan Dodd. It's a very in-depth homelessness training program for libraries. Some of our newer staff haven't had it, but we have made some of those investments in the past. There's certainly other trainings that our staff could benefit from, like mental health first aid training, and there's other trainings that we would like to include. Our training budget is still kind of limited too, so certainly that is an option that an avenue we'd like to pursue, but we're not sure in terms of going forward exactly how to take this.
Yeah. Libraries are just like one of the final places where, it's open, it's free, it's supposed to be, I'm not saying you're not being welcoming, but it's, it's supposed to be a welcoming environment for all people. And I get that sometimes people are struggling. And so that does make it difficult, especially probably in the evenings when you're having maybe high school students or whoever in the building. But, I think without trying to get too soft on everyone here, these folks need a place to go to the bathroom too. Like they're, I hope that we can find a solution where we're not cutting that part out.
No, I totally agree. And I mean, there's times when I go to the washroom in the library and somebody's bathing in there where these people need resources and to be connected with them. And so that's why we've asked to have a social worker on staff as well. I mean, I want to work with social services, but we need in-house expertise as well.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you reviewing your policies, and I'm interested to see where this goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate you coming in, and I see some other members of your team and board are in attendance, so that's always nice to have that support. And but you're probably not going to like what I'm going to have to say.
Awesome.
So or maybe you will to a degree.
Let's hear it.
I'm just trying to make sure I say the right thing. I'm hopeful that if we're going to be putting a division of the Sault Ste. Marie Police Service in the downtown, that security piece may be taken care of a lot more efficiently. Well, it darn well should be, than it is now, right? If they're closer and they're going to simply take care of the downtown as their first priority, hopefully they can assist with these instances where you would need security. That being said, in terms of both of your asks, I would be I'd be more apt to support the security piece than I would the social services technician piece. I appreciate what Councillor Caputo said, that it is libraries are one of the places that people can still go that is free and in a welcoming environment. But I also know that, at least as I grew up, libraries were a bit of oasis in an otherwise busy kind of society where people went there so it was like quiet, they could concentrate and read books and learn about things. So I think the security may be warranted, but I'm not going to be supportive of the 82 grand for the social services technician. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Councillor Vezoilen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Matthew. Appreciate it. And I was at a meeting at the library a month or two ago when you were having an incident. When I came out and you explained what was going on, and I certainly understand the struggles that everyone's going through. And a couple of things. I think definitely security is a good idea. We have children, we have families, we have a lot of seniors that use the library, and we have staff. And if you're getting grievances through your union organization, we really need to address those, because it's not just a homeless person in the corridor, it's also the health and safety of your staff. I also sent you earlier today, Public Safety Canada just announced an expanded communities at-risk security infrastructure program. So you can apply for security as a public institution. I highly recommend that you and Will Hollingshead and Virginia have a chat and do a nice collaborative application. It's a running application till the money runs out. So I would definitely take a look there through Public Safety Canada for some alternatives, and really take a look at, and I'm on Gore Street all the time. So what I have found to be really successful in dealing with a vulnerable population, and quite often someone who's a little unhinged. Like, imagine if you don't have a place to sleep, you don't have a place to do your laundry, you don't have anywhere to shower, maybe you're sleeping on someone's couch and they kicked you out because you snore or you're disruptive or whatever. So people are coming to you in not the best space. So what we tend to do is we will offer a piece of fruit, a coffee, and then say, now you have to go. So that I have found, and there's a couple of downtown businesses that have done that as well. Like, here's a tea. We appreciate what you need to do. Sorry, you can't use the bathroom. The bathroom's open at the Canadian Mental Health Association office. You can go there. Those bathrooms are open. So it's sort of taking the onus on yourself to provide some kindness. And it's not going to work every time. And I know you don't want to put your population at risk. But I even see, so Georgie Schwarmy is right across from Salvation Army, where a lot of folks go. Georgie has free tea. People can go in there and grab a free tea, and then they leave. So these things do tend to work semi-organically. And really it's at very limited cost. And it could be something you even have outside, like it's hot chocolate that you can kind of help yourself with. And that, it will be very interesting that when you do something like that, then they respect the space. So I would just, as anecdotally, maybe kind of try that. Social services technician at 82,000. Number one, finding an RSW or is very difficult right now. I would recommend that you look at doing some collaborations with other agencies such as AFS, Canadian Mental Health Association, to get some social work supports there. And I would recommend that. I think to bring on a social services person full-time, I don't think that that would be value for dollars right now. I think there's other agencies that you can collaborate with having them come in to help you. I would definitely support the security, but I also take a look at how you're communicating with folks that are vulnerable and what steps you can do. And it's amazing what can happen when you just do that one small thing. And you are going to, like, we get people smashing our windows. That's just the reality sometimes. But I have found by doing that, it has made a huge impact on a number of organizations that I'm in contact. But thank you. And I love libraries. That was my refuge. And when my kids were young, we used libraries, and libraries are a very special place, and we want it to stay that special place. So thank you for sitting in the very uncomfortable seats for so long. But those are my recommendations moving forward, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matthew, for coming here with your presentation, and thank you very much to Wayne and all the board members and the library staff who are here today. Really appreciate you guys not just coming here, but the services that you guys offer at the library. Myself and my family are very proud users, especially at the downtown location. Matthew, for security, you guys currently have some hours of security in your budget right now, right? Can you tell me how many hours of security you guys currently have?
Currently scheduled weekly. It's only for our Sunday shifts. So Sundays, there's 3 hours a week. And we also have a contract for security on calls. For like nonviolent incidents, we will sometimes call security as well to bring them out. Say a band patron comes in, they've been excluded from the building, we can bring security in to have them removed. So we also have security on call. But security would be very beneficial, especially coming around the night times and other incidents when we have protesters. We've had to bring extra security in for that as well. So just make note of that.
Certainly good to know. So do you know what your overall security budget is for the year?
It's probably around 5,000 if Caitlin's around.
That the approximate number is fine.
Okay. Okay, $6,300 is for security, and that includes more than the security guard cost. If that's our alarms, and so we've recently added personal alarm panic buttons to a staff, and we're paying a lease on or we finance security cameras, which we've installed in the last few years. So we've done all kinds of things that try and mitigate incidents from happening. But as you can see from the presentation that we provided you, and even from the chief's presentation, the number of incidents happening in downtown are just increasing significantly. And downtown businesses seeing it, so are us here at the library.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned that. Certainly the library's experience hasn't been unique or appreciably different in any way than that experience by not just the businesses, but all of the residents and the other people who use the downtown. And I think that's an important piece to acknowledge as well. just to stay on the security, Mr. Mayor, maybe through you to the CAO, have we ever looked at including the library facility in the downtown security services contract? That, oh, sorry, maybe through you to Mr. Lamming. I see you're looking at him.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, I'm pretty sure we haven't, but I'm just looking over in case I'm mistaken.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, it's not a specific item that we've looked at, but that is something we can look at in terms of our downtown patrols and having a stop put in at the library as they're on their patrol.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Matthew, I think certainly further resources for security would be appropriate, but I do want to reiterate the point made by especially Councillor Vezo-Allen on the approach being made by staff in learning how to deal with this vulnerable population effectively. I think that there is still some opportunity for greater training and greater partnership with some of that training. I'm happy to say I know that for social services that we brought in a lot of new training for not just our folks who work in homelessness, but all across our front lines to help to really educate the folks, you know, whether it's people working on the front desk, property managers. What are some of your best strategies for dealing with someone who's in mental distress? And those things include a lot of the strategies that Councillor Vezo-Allen is referring to. And I think that if interested, I think that would be great training for folks at the library. The other point I would make is that in this year coming, this will be our first full year with the new community resource center and men's shelter operational. To your point about the bathrooms, that was one of the really key pieces of that piece of infrastructure that we made sure was there. So there's showers, there's bathrooms, there's laundry facilities. All of those are contained in the community resource center building now. Hopefully, we're going to see that drive a decrease in the kinds of behaviors that we're seeing in other public washrooms downtown, because obviously there's going to be a place for them to go whenever they need. So
I've actually toured that facility and I highly recommend it. But my understanding is that it's a men's shelter part of it. And we also have to think about our female population as well, which I don't think the infrastructure is.
The community resource center is not gender specific. So the upstairs part.
The upstairs, yeah.
But the community resource center is open to everyone.
Yeah, that's open.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks for your presentation, and hopefully we can find a way to fund some better security for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the presenter. I will agree with Councillor Gardy regarding the social service technician, but for the full-time security, if council can agree, maybe we can provide some money, not the 78,000. You presently spend, you said 6,500. Yeah, if we can top it, if we come to a figure the council would accept, and with the patrolling by Tom Vare's group, which is added security, and by the time we have the 4 police officers hired for the city police, I think this can all come together nicely. And if we provided you with some type of funding, that'd be acceptable.
Yeah, any funding, like I'll take anything I could get at this point, really. I understand that we have come to council. This isn't our first time to come to council and ask for security funding. This is the second time that I've been to council to ask for this. Our initial ask was for evenings and weekends at least. That those are the times where we have fewer staff on site to deal with incidents. We're also talking about more vulnerable workers on site because we have our high school students that it's after school, and those are the times that they can work. And so if you're unable to fund the entire operational hours, I would ask that you at least look at those operational hours that kind of fall outside of regular business hours, because we are a 12-hour operation many days of the week. And
would you be able to provide that to the CAO, and then he can forward to us, put it into our package, what hours you're looking at?
Yes.
Approximate cost?
Yep.
That'd be.
We could provide you an alternate cost for an evenings and weekends kind of model.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks for the presentation, Mr. McDonald. I had a couple questions. When you implement something, do you implement it throughout the entire library organization? So you talked about panic buttons that you wear. Do you implement that downtown as well as in the north end?
Yes, so both library locations have that. There may be some things that are specific to the location, like the North Branch has a panic door lock that Centennial just doesn't have because it's not built in a way that we can actually observe the doors from where we're standing. So there are some additional security features in one location than another, perhaps because of the structure of the building, but generally when we implement a procedure, it would be organization wide.
Is there the same security concerns at the North Branch as there are downtown?
I'd be lying if I said that the North staff weren't also concerned about incidents that are happening, but based on incident reports alone, I would say that the priority would be the downtown location. We do have incidents that happen at the northern location, but it's the downtown core where we're seeing most of the troubles.
Yeah. So I guess ultimately what I'm getting to is the request for security for all of your hours at both branches.
No, it's not. So the request is only for the downtown branch, with the idea that if you were to fund the full operation hours there, that person could be on call to move over to the North Branch to deal with incidents that may be occurring.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay,
so staff for coming as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Take us to outside agency grants. And if you wanted the Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Center, Jamie Hilsinger, the executive director, is in attendance.
We're just going to rearrange the order to accommodate some healthcare needs, which are probably long overdue.
Okay, I'll be brief. We're all pretty tired of being here. So the Canadian Bush presentation, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Excellent. I'll continue on. The Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Center, we are the largest cultural attraction in Sault Ste. Marie, not only in size, but also in institution. Year to date, we have had over 29,000 paid visitors. That doesn't include programming, doesn't include outreach, client events. And that very much puts us on par with the Agawam Canyon Tour Train. 75% of visitors from outside of Sault Ste. Marie, and according to the Tourism Regional Economic Impact Model by the Ontario government, we provide about $2.7 million contribution to Sault Ste. Marie. That's up $5,000 too. This is our first request for an increase in funding to council in 6 years. We work really hard to try to self-generate. We generate about 70% of our own budget. Mission events, pretty much anything we can think of. About 30% revenues come from government sources, but not many of these are guaranteed on a basis. We have applied for 35 grants and foundational funding opportunities in 2020. Our costs are increased significantly. 30% increase in 2023 just on gas. We're now at $1. Building itself is old, about $4,000 annually, and PUC and $9,000. Received funding from different programs in the past couple of years, which has allowed us to expand services, providing programs by us and children, investing in tourism opportunities. As a result, we've been able to start new positions, and we've added new positions, which we retain as we think provide value to the community. We're the only cultural attraction that is open days a week during the entire tourism season, which runs from June to Thanksgiving. And we have added tourism-specific products, including a multi-use as smart self-guided tours. Finally, we have a great partnership with our organization, which is in Bush Plain Museum. And we just play a small role in helping them maintain their viability through about $50,000 worth of in-kind generate to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hilsinger. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Play Donna. That's still a compliment. Yeah. Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but my first question is through you, Mayor, to our CFO, Ms. Shelley Shell. I appreciate your presentation, but when you invite these individuals, these presentations, why don't we get a detailed budget? I'm kind of building off Councillor Vaza-Wallen's point earlier today. It seems that we get a very high level, but why aren't we getting more of a detail? And it's not you. I'm just wondering why. I'm looking at all of our package pieces.
You, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hollingsworth. We do specific metrics, and most of these outside organizations actually report and have the reporting going to Brent Lamming's area, and they do a review annually. I think we still get financial statements from each of them, but we don't publish that information because what we're looking at mostly is the grant that we're giving them and how much that grant is in comparison to all of their other revenue. Like I said, there's other metrics, visitation, et cetera, that's being provided, but we typically do not provide balance sheet information or income state information to council on that. It hasn't been requested in the past. It's just been summary information that's been required.
Okay, something that I think we may want to look at, and that will be a further discussion point, but I think that we can still have the basics, revenue expenditures and so forth, because I like to know how many grants we've given in the past. However, that's different. Thank you. To you, Mayor, again, the Bush Plain Museum, wonderful job. When I go in there, visitors, I just was there the other day and 2 visitors were from Kingston and they came up specifically for the Bush Plain. So well done. Question, I'm concerned that you have a lot of heat loss. Unfortunately, what are you doing about that? Are you looking at potentially closing off one of the hangar doors permanently to stop some heat loss? What are you doing? Or what would you like to do if we gave you extra money?
Well, how much money?
Yeah.
No, so annually we bring down kind of a plastic tarping over our hangar doors to try to prevent some heat loss. I think that has had some effect. However, the significant increase in pricing has kind of made it difficult to judge. In terms of the building itself, it is not owned by us, and we are currently in discussions with the landlord on some potential improvements, but it's a difficult discussion.
I'm sure it is. And when it's leased, correct, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, when's that lease coming up for renewal?
So the full lease is coming up for renewal in 31. The next term is in 26.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully, some of our team members at staff can help you through that to your advantage. It seems that your best year was 2022. Congratulations. Looks like you're back or almost back to pre-COVID numbers. But why the slip in 2023 at 17,334?
So that's the year-to-date number, which was provided at the end of August.
Okay.
And as a result, they will be higher by the end of the year.
Okay. And I know you're having, again, many more events, weddings and anniversaries and so forth. And you just had the wonderful Christmas craft show.
We did. We saw 6,355 people.
Is that number included in your events section of
That
your
would be
reporting?
included in events, yes.
Okay. And each person that comes in, are they charged coming into the Christmas, like a small fee?
We request donations, and the community was very generous this year. But we do track where those visitors are coming from. So we had about 10% of our visitors that came from further than Sault Ste. Marie, 40 kilometers or further away.
Okay. And you also says visitors from outside of Sault Ste. Marie in 2023 was 5,200 versus 13,000. I'm assuming this also includes the cruise ships in this number?
It would include some of them, but we did not see as much from cruise ships this year as we did in 2022. We saw more from bus tours.
Interesting. Okay.
Was.
Okay. Grants. You mentioned that you have applied for grants, which is wonderful. Are you looking at any 2 new grants in 2024 that hopefully will be ongoing? Are there 2 new grants that you're hoping to achieve?
We have, like I said, we've applied for 35 foundational grants this year alone. And so many of those, if they are successful, will come into play in 2024. We do have an intent to continue applying for grants throughout the year and put more focus on that throughout 2024.
Okay. And my last question, you pride yourself that you said that you remain the only cultural attraction open 7 days a week. Have you looked at opening just 6 days a week just to save some money? And that's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, it's very common practice just to help with your finances.
So that's a valid point. We do reduce our hours in the winter. However, in the summer, we feel that we have enough business throughout those 7 days to warrant being open. With the number of bus tours and cruises that we do have coming through, to close on any one day of the week would be very difficult and probably lead to more irregularity than it really saves.
And those are good points. You said tour season, and I wasn't sure what you meant by defining tour season. Some see it's 4 seasons, some say it's 3. So thanks for that clarification.
No problem.
Keep up the good work. And I know you want to get home to your wonderful family. Thank you.
Councillor.
I'm going to be very blunt. I know you mentioned that you haven't come to us for an increase in 5 or 6 years, but I think $250,000 this year is a big ask. And I won't be come budget time. Thanks.
Ready? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 8.2 is the Art Gallery of Algoma, and Mark Lepore, the board president, is in attendance.
Thank you for spending the evening with us, Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's no understatement that those chairs are uncomfortable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, for allowing me to speak. I'm perhaps not known for my brevity, but we will be brief this evening. We have a very, very brief presentation. The first photograph, though, I do want to speak briefly about. It may be hard to see on the screen within council chambers, but it's Roberta Bondar having a talk with students this past October. And I think what's really telling about that photograph is 2 things. One, science and art is intertwined. And number 2, art transcends various age groups. So our members are not only of a certain age group, they begin, we hope, they may not be members yet, but they attend the gallery with great interest, even at a young age. The Art Gallery of Algoma is asking for a budget increase. It's not, let's say, a significant ask. At least we tried to make it as modest as we could, but for 3 reasons. As with most organizations, the gallery's facing inflationary pressure. Starts with wage costs, goes over to utilities, maintenance costs, and otherwise. Even to maintain 2023 operations, the cost of doing business has simply increased. And it's increased to a significant degree if we look at what's going on in our economy. Staffing increases. As council will remember, just a few weeks ago, we attended to present our feasibility study. We alluded to the fact that our staffing complement is not let's say to a level that a professional art gallery ought to have. We would like to build capacity. We would like to add fundraising officer to assist with fundraising operations, not only with respect to the new building itself, if that project comes to fruition, but also with respect to fundraising generally. Our programming needs have increased over the last few years with in-person and online activities. And we've historically, as I mentioned earlier, have been understaffed. In order to bring future success to the gallery and to our community, we need to address our staffing issues, but we'd like to do so incrementally. A new building is a project that, let's say, is a few years away. We cannot possibly get there without a complementary staffing contingent. Lastly, our aging building. We've been before council several times. It's no different. The aging building creates various other complexities and issues. We have a culturally significant collection of over 6,000 artworks that we have a duty to preserve, not only for the gallery, but the community itself that it serves. And, the increased operating dollars would certainly assist with that. The gallery is always appreciative of council support. We're appreciative of the community support. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Councillor Vezoellen.
Thank you very much, Mark, and I apologize for your sore back tomorrow. Certainly appreciate what you and about 95% of other nonprofits are dealing with post-pandemic. So just a couple suggestions, recommendations. In terms of admissions and memberships, I think it would be really helpful for us to see the put out, I can't talk right now, separate memberships and admissions, because I have a family membership, but someone else who's coming to just come as a membership. And then when you see in 2019, you had 31,000 and now you're down to just over 8. So take a look at the why, right? I think this really helps in terms of like strategic direction, in terms of do we need to do a membership drive? What do we need to do? Why aren't people members anymore? What are we missing? And in terms of revenue and getting that fundraising person, what I highly recommend that you do and what does work well, because you do have a lot of great supporters and longstanding people in the community, is form a volunteer fundraising committee. So I worked for an organization. I used to live in Boulder, Colorado. I worked for the YMCA. We had 42 board members. Once a year, each one of those 42 board members was given a list to call. Previous donors, current donors, thank you for your support. Would you consider giving us a meaningful gift? And you have that capacity because I know the people that are involved with the art gallery that volunteer, and I really highly recommend that you go that route. And then you can always look at an internship for a fundraising person. And like my colleague, Councillor Gardy, said to the Bush Plane, this is going to be a very tough year for everyone. So I think if you take a look at doing other resources elsewhere, I also highly recommend that you bring back like the first Fridays and you're open late on a Friday. I don't go to the art gallery anymore because you close at 4. And on Saturdays, I volunteer pretty much, 3 Saturdays out of 4. So having that engagement piece, I think is really key. And that brings in some new people. Because we've just been hearing sort of like the negative story, not the positive stories. Like, let's go, I was there for Georgina Nacarato's 80th birthday party a couple of months ago. It was fabulous. I had a great time. So why, you have a great volunteer base. And I really think to get people in the door, because people need to be engaged and have ownership, and then you will see the support. So that's just my nonprofit community hat on, but also in doing the work in a nonprofit, you need to be strategic in what you're doing and the why, because the building and the capital, that's a whole different aspect of what you're trying to do. Right now, you need to look at operations. Why aren't people coming in? How do we get more people in? And how do we engage our volunteers? So they're two totally opposite things. You can't really put them together. So thanks for staying. But those would be my recommendations in moving into end of year asks, which you've got a whole month of December to do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Venezuelan. Anyone else with questions of Mr. Lepore? Councillor Hollingsworth?
Through you, Mayor, I just want to add on to Councillor Venezuelan's. Like her, I also ran a foundation for 10 years in Toronto, and our board members were all active board members. They basically pledged and donated each year, and they were also responsible to be basically fundraisers in their own sense. So I echo what Councillor Venezuela said. That's excellent advice. And I think that can be applied to not just the art gallery, Bush Plain Museum, Atomica, and so forth. All these wonderful groups. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Of course, any other questions? I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Under agenda item 8.4, the Sault Ste. Marie Museum, William Hollingshead, the executive director, and Mike Delfray, president of the board of directors, are in attendance.
Thank you for coming tonight. And I will remind you that you're kept at 2 to 3 minutes.
Nice and brief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, thank you, everyone. Right. So for the 2024 year, we are looking at a budget increase of $2,500, bringing us up to a total of 200. Main reason this increase is to ensure that we are our staff with quickly for the experience that they have. Slide in. But with that as well, we want to ensure that we're providing community presence and support this past couple of years. So North Office, it's in the Sault Ste. Marie Museum, as well as the Ontario Culture Days, Northern Ontario Art Society, Weaver's Guild, Art Speaks. We do have saying a ton of increased community presence and community projects. One of your ones that I mentioned would project people from not only the community create copies, but from Kingston, from others. Don't to remember. So as a big to the free. And so we thought it's extremely important. We also diversified our grants and funding. So we are Real Arts Council as well as Canadian Arts Council to apply as well. So that's a different. And we've also been able to help itself with purpose. So we were receive almost 6,000 for the cities. So any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hollingsworth. Appreciate your brevity. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. You already talked about the poppies. Congratulations. That was brilliant. And I'm not surprised because you're very creative and your whole team's creative. And I'm also want to say congratulations on the number of events you're drawing to the museum. For example, a wedding. I mean, who would ever think to be having their wedding at the museum, but well done. You mentioned grants and so forth. According to Imagine Canada, which is a very large group that supports charitable work, I'm not sure if you've gone onto their website. However, have you applied to any private foundations? Currently in Canada, there's 5,384 designated private foundations. And having said that, there's 5,111 public. Have you delved into their database or even the CRAs and hypothetically start to apply through the private?
Approached a couple private foundations for funding in the past, being the Honda Foundation,
Excellent.
Approached other various ones. So I looked into that, but I think especially continue to look to, especially with
Okay. And if you need help with those, I have a couple of tricks up my sleeve. I did receive an email from one of your team members. Can you state what are two challenges that you're facing for the museum?
I think currently for challenges, I would say ensuring that our staff are properly compensated for the work they're doing. So turn it over.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. As tremendous opportunity to grow our business. We haven't got the horses to do it yet. We know, and I just this today or this week see a study from the Ontario Arts Council. Culture and tourism, arts and culture tourism has approximately triple economic impact from any other form of tourism. Triple.
Wow.
In last year, our arts and culture tourism specific brought $11.4 billion to Ontario. We see that opportunity. We just don't have horses to go after it. We need to be doing more outreach. We need to be doing more travel exhibits. We need to be bringing exhibits to the community, things that we don't have the horses to do. So the barrier for us is growth. Your Cultural Vitality Committee identified 4 major barriers to growth in the arts and culture sector, and under-resourced cultural attractions, arts and culture attractions is one of them. There are a number of other barriers as well. And unless we get behind the arts and culture sector in a much more meaningful way than we are doing now in Sault Ste. Marie, we're not going to be able to take advantage of these kinds of growth opportunities.
Okay, fair. Thank you. That's all for me, and I really appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Hollingshead or Mr. Duffrey, how many folks are you employing at the museum?
Staffing complement is currently at 12.
12. So you're requesting $2,000 a year per staff, basically, increase.
With the 12, most are part-time. We have 3 full-time staff in itself. So
What would you say is like an average wage? Can I ask that? You don't.
I will give you my wage, and I will give you what a regular wage would be for the position that I hold. I make $42,000 a year, whereas you would normally look at something like 16.
Okay.
Personally, and then for other staff, you would look like an assistant curator, $5 an hour. Where we're
So you really are just looking for a living wage.
for our staff. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Just one final thing. Thank you for coming. I think you look really nice tonight. I like your bow tie and the shininess of your shirt. I just wanted to tell you that. But thank you for coming.
Council, any other questions? Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
That will bring us to agenda item 9 and the CAO's 2024 budget presentation.
Okay. With the CAO and the Commissioner of Finance, we are not asking questions of staff tonight. This is for information. And we will ask our questions on December 11th, which I'm sure will be a much shorter meeting.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just as the mayor has stated, I'll be doing a very brief presentation. The CFO treasurer will take you through a more detailed presentation on what's gone into preparing the preliminary budget and what you have before you. The purpose of tonight is simply to table the budget before yourselves and the community. As our corporate communications officer noted at the beginning of this, there will be ample opportunity for the public to provide feedback on the budget. And without further ado, we'll get into the presentations. So just a reminder to council for 2023, a number of the corporate accomplishments and infrastructure. We did very well with the capital transportation plan. We had a larger capital budget than we usually do last year or this past year. And despite finally starting to experience some increases in linear infrastructure, which we hadn't seen prior to this, we were able to get almost all of the program completed. We only had to postpone one street project this year. West End water treatment plant upgrade completed pretty much. Twin Pad Arena completion, and I did want to note this, it sometimes escapes the community's visibility on cost increases on projects, but I do note that we were able to get our Twin Pad constructed for about $32 million. And as many of you know, City of North Bay, which has a very similar project, received a low tender of 70 million and has had to postpone that project. So we do have some market successes here at being able to get the facilities that we need done with. With this one, we tendered it at the right time, and we're able to get a very good facility. We've continued on with transit fleet upgrades. The Mausoleum expansion, of course, was completed. On the service delivery side, we continue on the Public Works Fleet Review and Implementation Plan. And as the CFO will likely note, we have a 3-year funding commitment to action that plan. And the second year, which will be for 2024, is built into the preliminary budget. It's not an additional item that you'll have to deal with. Digital strategy implementation and workforce recruitment and development. I have to note this sheer level we are going with workforce recruitment and the amount of churn we have in the workforce. While we are down in complement in some areas, and specifically labor operator mechanics are a real troublesome point for us. We have done very well in professional and administrative ranks. That does come though with not only a recruitment but a training and development component with the amount of new staff we have. Next slide, please. Quality of life, as we all know, the Plaza and Sioux Market have completed and now officially opened, and we're very excited about what that future programming is going to bring. We've seen increases in our utilization of the Rural Northern Immigration Pilot. This continues a trend, and we're looking forward to this program being made permanent, hopefully by the federal government soon. You've heard mentioned tonight about other agencies noting the utility of the Downtown Ambassador pilot, which has worked well. And of course, we did get construction started on our West End splash pad, which will be operational next year. On the community development side, increased tourism activities, and I note that the Gateway site sale of a portion of it to the machine shop and Canal District will proceed and add another activity and facility there. We were able to get the Boardwalk Promenade replacement done, and the official plan, which was on this slide last year, will be coming to you very soon for draft approval and going off to the province. Next slide, please. 2024 outlook, as we noted last week in the strategic plan session, we are very well positioned for growth, and we're seeing that growth occur. There will be an evolution of the community development and quality of life focus areas in the new plan. And one of our key challenges this year will be identifying and supporting the city's role in addressing broad community pressures like primary health care, homelessness, mental health, and addictions. Next slide. The capital budget is well-resourced, not quite as big as last year, but still a great emphasis on roads and core infrastructure. On the operating budget, you'll get more detail with the CFO treasurer's presentation, but certainly inflation and fuel utility cost pressures continue. There is no impact to our current service levels in the preliminary budget as presented. And I would note that you'll see a significant decrease in the city portion of the preliminary levy increase from 2023. Last year, we had a bigger impact than normal. The impact is far lessened, and as I noted, has some things built in, such as the year 2 funding for the public works fleet upgrades. Excuse me, and also takes away from the reliance on the tax stabilization funding that you did apply to have our fuel increase last year. So that has been netted out of the preliminary budget. So without further ado, I'll move to the CFO treasurer, who will give you the more detailed presentation on the preliminary budget.
Wait till the gets loaded. Evening. Today, the 2024 preliminary operating, capital, and sanitary rate supported budgets are being released. The city's annual budget is a culmination of a collaborative process with all city departments. It is driven in part by the priorities voiced by council and the city's strategic plan. Next slide. The agenda for the presentation includes details on financial indicators, forecasted economic conditions, and financial challenges, followed by a summary of the operating, capital, and sanitary budgets. Next slide. Inflation is top of mind for many in the community. It directly impacts everyone from the cost of food to feed their family to energy costs to heat their homes. In 2022, average inflation was 6.8%, with some of the highest rates of inflation since the late 70s, early 80s we're seeing during that year. In 2023, Ontario is seeing the economic momentum start to lose steam. Consumer spending has decreased, with the Bank of Canada's aggressive monetary tightening program of increasing its prime rate 475 basis points or 4.75% since the beginning of 2022. The Bank of Canada held its prime rate on October 25th, noting that the global economy is slowing and growth is forecast to moderate. Noted in their release was that past interest rate increases were dampening the economic activity and relieving price pressure, with their indicators suggesting that supply and demand in the economy are approaching balance. So what does that mean for the city's budget? Well, for 2024, there's still going to be inflationary impacts. Municipal services, though, do not trend with the consumer price index, as many of the city's costs are driven by factors which differ from general inflation. As a service organization, salaries and benefits make up 50% of the total municipal share of the operating budget, so contractual agreements will significantly affect municipal inflation. The city will continue to face cost increases from supply chain challenges, a tight labor market, volatility in fuel costs, and increasing capital costs for projects. Looking forward, forecasts show the economy slowing and thus a decrease in inflation should follow, but it will occur at a slow pace. Many forecasts, including the Bank of Canada, do not show a return to the 2% target until the middle of 2025. Next slide, please. The municipal tax burden provides an indication of property tax affordability. The 2022 BMA study, the latest study that was released, shows Sault Ste. Marie as the lowest amongst our northern comparators. This factor is a percentage of property tax in relation to the average household income in the city. Sault Ste. Marie also had the lowest levy per capita in 2022 for northern comparators. So just the other day, we did receive the 2023 draft study. Sault Ste. Marie is still the lowest, but the gap has significantly decreased, and we now show a tax burden of 3.9%. Although the tax burden is mid-range in the survey, the inflationary factors previously noted put additional pressure on the city's budget and the revenue required to support it. The budget in coming years will depend on property tax increases in excess of historical averages unless there is a substantial reallocation or reduction of operating funds for services or reductions in capital investment occur. Balancing affordability and what the community is willing to pay and the level of service that residents have come to rely on is becoming more and more difficult to maintain. So this is a good segue into the next slide on financial challenges. One of the areas that is becoming a key topic with municipalities is the existing municipal funding framework, does not meet the current needs. Areas of traditional responsibility, such as public transit and police services, as we heard tonight, are outpacing the city's ability to deliver services. Other areas, such as wastewater and waste management, have become more complex, requiring higher levels of funding. Additional pressure on the property tax levy is also occurring as municipalities take on expanded roles to respond to community issues, such as mental health, homelessness, and climate change. The current municipal funding model relies on property taxation, and this constrains the ability to generate revenue to fund operations and capital infrastructure requirements. Lobbying efforts and municipal collaboration on the issue have started, though, through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and also the Big City Mayors Caucus. Currently, the province established a working group with Toronto to tackle the city's financial problems. The province has talked about Toronto's need for sustainable funding and plans to work with the city to fix its $1.5 billion budget hole. Hopefully, it's recognized that all municipalities are facing the same challenge, and a fulsome review for sustainable funding for all will be an outcome. Until a change in the framework occurs, the city will struggle to maintain its affordability of property taxes. Another challenge is the asset condition and infrastructure deficit. So many assets are in fair to poor condition. The infrastructure deficit, or in other words, the lack of funding, means there is a risk that the assets could deteriorate or fail, resulting in service level reductions. Additional resources are required to maintain and replace city assets. The 2024 budget reflects some resource requests for capital investment. The long-term financial plan, which is projected to be completed in the first quarter of 2024, will include a recommendation to add an annual levy increase dedicated to building the reserves, in particular, capital reserves, to enhance the financial stability of the city. Assessment growth is the result of new builds, expansions, assessment corrections, and revisions. It is offset by tax write-offs and assessment reductions. It is not related to market value changes, which do not translate into growth, but only redistribute the tax burden. The estimated growth for 2023 is 0.4%, which is lower than a 2022 growth of 0.85%. Our five-year average, though, is only 0.48%. As the cost to provide services continues to increase, it will put additional burden on the assessment base. It is anticipated, though, that higher growth will be seen in the near term, with the focus on Ontario's housing targets and incentives, and many of the projects that we've seen start in 2023 should be finished next year and will add to the assessment base. Another challenge is inflation and the cost of borrowing. So the impact of inflation on the budget we spoke to already in the presentation. In the CFO's report included on the agenda is an estimate of the city's future long-term debt requirements. It is forecasted that long-term debt will peak at $108 million in 2025, with annual debt servicing costs of $9 million. With higher inflation, the debt servicing costs increase, as well as the funding required for it. It is also recommended in the report to limit new future significant debt, as the city is approaching the debt limit per our debt management policy. Future capital projects may be impacted unless own source revenues are increased. For grants, there's always a risk to the amount of support received from upper levels of government. If grants are decreased, additional burden is placed on the municipal tax base, or alternatively, reductions to service levels need to be provided. And lastly, climate change. It impacts municipalities from ice storms to flooding to forest fires. Funding for mitigation efforts as well as rebuilding have the potential to affect the city's budget. Next slide, please. As you can see, there are some significant risks to the future budgets and tax affordability. For 2024, though, staff worked diligently to bring forward a reasonable city share of the levy, which is actually less than the final 2023 increase. Though this is positive news, it does not reflect the investment that is required for capital assets, nor additional investments to increase reserves for financial stability. Council is provided with a couple of financing options for their consideration. One is to increase the levy at or less than the 2023 increase of 2.99%. That's just the city share of the levy. This provides just under $1.1 million of additional room based on what our preliminary budget was. The second is to possibly phase out the tax stabilization reserve for fuel of $400,000. The COVID impact of 2023 has been recovered through increased user fees back to the pre-pandemic levels. So that was about $900,000 in 2023. The fuel market, though, is still volatile, and phasing out one half in 2024 and the balance in 2025 will provide a small decrease to the levy in 2024. The savings should not be utilized for ongoing requirements, as the reserve is a one-time source of funding and is meant to smooth tax increases only. Just as a reminder, one-time funding sources only postpone a levy increase and do not provide an ongoing revenue stream. The last item is for council's consideration is the option to utilize retired debt servicing from the Civic Center cladding project for the John Rhodes Community Center roof. This will result in a zero levy impact for this $4 million capital project. At this time now, I'll turn the presentation over to Steve Facey, Manager of Finance, and he's going to provide a summary of the operating, the capital, and the sanitary rate supported budget.
Thank you, Member of Councils. I'll try to be brief, but I don't think we're getting out of here before 10 o'clock, unfortunately. There's quite a bit of information here. 2024 proposed operating budget includes total expenditures of $215.6 million. This is the amount required to deliver city services, including all salaries and benefits, contractual services, annual contributions, reserves and capital, as well as outside boards. The capital budget, which is comprised of larger one-time expenditures, totals $41.1 million, which is a decrease of $1 million compared to 2023. In total, the year-over-year budget change at the time of this presentation is tabled at 7.17%. Municipal services equate to approximately 2.2 of this increase, and outside boards make up the remaining 5%. Next slide. There are a number of pressures that the city is facing within its financial climate. The city is experiencing higher costs due to continued high inflation period, as mentioned by the CFO. In addition, new services or service levels impact the 2024 budget. The next phasing of the downtown plaza operating costs, Manzo Park splash pad, as well as additional contributions for landfill and public works fleet improvement initiatives are included within the 2024 budget. Insurance costs are also anticipated to increase substantially due to the increased costs and number of claims. Next. In accordance with the Municipal Act, the city must present a balanced budget. This means that the sum of all expenses, net of other revenues, totals the municipal tax levy. In other words, the city cannot budget for a surplus or deficit. We must budget appropriately to the estimated cost of delivering city services. For 2024, that municipal tax levy is just shy of $144 million. Next slide, please. The city's expenditures increase over time to maintain existing and account for new service levels. Consistent with other municipalities, a significant portion of the budget relate to staffing costs. Of the city's $216 million operating expenditures, roughly 48% are staffing costs. The graph on the slide represents the breakdown of expenditure increases. In other words, this information highlights where the overall increase is attributed to rather than the year-over-year comparison by category. Levy and local boards are included within the municipality's budget and make up a significant portion of the increase. Operating increases include primarily inflationary pressures. Next slide, please. Other revenues, as mentioned previously, is the offset to municipal expenditures when calculating the tax levy. These revenues include grants such as the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund that reduce property tax pressures on residents. User fees, on the other hand, account for nearly half of other revenues and are calculated either at full cost recovery, where possible, or to benchmarks if full cost recovery is not attainable. Next slide, please. The chart on this slide provides a breakdown of the municipal tax levy increase that is applicable to city services alone. The net increase year over year is $2.9 million and include the cost of new services, salary and benefit changes, and increases based on what we anticipate to deliver city services. A full reconciliation of this is included on in the budget document on or 89 of the budget agenda this evening. Next slide, please. The capital budget represents planned investments in roads, buildings, infrastructure, facilities, and fleet. The total capital program, as mentioned before, is $41.1 million, with over half going towards the roads program. In addition to these investments, the capital plan focuses on various fleet renewal strategies to address aging assets. Thanks to funding opportunities from senior levels of government, the capital plan is nearly 1/3 funded from outside sources, such as the Canada Community Building Fund, Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and the Connecting Link program. Next slide, please. This slide provides council a summary of where capital investments are being recommended. In line with the capital plan that was presented into council earlier this year, $22.2 million is recommended to fund road initiatives. This program includes various resurfacing and reconstruction initiatives, including Queen Street Phase 1, Stanley Street, Spruce Street, and Lower Lake Street. Significant investments continue to be made in transit by capitalizing on ISIP funding, as well as fleet and equipment initiatives. Next slide, please. On the screen now is a breakdown of the funding sources of the capital budget. Much like the operating side, the capital budget must be balanced, and all expenditures have a recommended funding source. Overall, the capital budget is funded just over 1/2 utilizing city funds, which includes property tax dollars and city reserves. The remainder from outside sources from senior levels of government. The amounts to be funded from city reserves include an enhanced fleet acquisition strategy for a total of $3.4 million in 2024. Continued investment into landfill and associated equipment, and as well as other facility maintenance requirements from the city's asset management reserve. Next slide, please. Looking forward to 2025 and beyond, the capital program is anticipated to total $156 million over 4 years. This is using the assumption that levels of funding remain consistent with previous years. Upcoming projects the council should be made aware of is the construction of the biosolids facility starting in 2024 and West End Plant Phase 2, which are funded from the sanitary user fees, as well as the GFL Memorial Gardens roof replacement. Given the size of these investments, debt will continue to be considered as city reserves may not be sufficient. As asset management planning improves and becomes more fine-tuned, future capital budgets will provide additional clarity and better forecasting for capital decision-making. Next slide, please. As in previous years, supplemental requests are also provided for council's consideration. These items are not included within the base budget and require council's approval to go forward. In total, there are 30 requests in 2024, totaling an impact of $2.8 million. A number of funding strategies are being recommended for deliberations, and while some of these initiatives require immediate attention and others have zero impact on the tax levy. Next slide, please. Sanitary investments, both operating and capital, are not funded by the tax levy, but rather wastewater revenues. The budget for these investments continue to be separated to allow for better decision-making. Included within the 2024 budget, pages 181 to 189 of this evening's budget agenda are the details of both the operating and capital expenditures by the 100% user pay budget. Staff were provided direction to adjust the sanitary user fee for 2024 to 80% of water revenues. Staff will be analyzing the operating and capital requirements and report back to council with a recommended course of action for 2025, given the ongoing pressures. Next slide, please. The sanitary user fee is calculated as a percentage, as mentioned before. At 80% of water revenues, the total sanitary revenue totals $18.8 million. This revenue is then used to fund both operating and capital requirements. Within the capital program are cash flow and estimates of significant capital projects, such as West End Plant Phase 2 and biosolids. When council finalizes the sanitary budget, the total project as well as current year cash flows are also considered approved. Next slide, please. In December, departmental budgets will be presented by various SMT members to council. At that time, final budget resolutions will be considered, and that will account for any adjustments made during deliberations, which will include local and levy boards. Once the tax levy is approved by council, staff return in March or April with amendments and recommended changes to tax ratios and rates. That concludes their presentation. We appreciate the patience for those here and those at home.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Got all the information before us. So we've got some work cut out in the next several weeks. I will note, however, that this is a ever-changing number, and hopefully there will be additional changes that we can bring to the budget meeting. But even between when it was published on Thursday of last week and when it was tabled today, the number continues to move and fluctuate. And if we get information from departments and agencies and boards that they can do this or they can do that, the number is ever evolving. It's our job on December 11th and hopefully not the 12th to land on a number that we can that our residents can afford, and that we can be satisfied that we are taking good care of the corporation with. So that's our homework for the next several weeks, and I trust that we will all take it very seriously and do the work very diligently. So with that, I believe we
I have a
will.
motion by councillors Dufour and Scott. This council now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries. And we've got closed session, council, just a reminder.